தெரியுதா அப்போ? இன்னும் கூட இப்போ தள்ளணுமா? சரி, ஓகே. அமிர்தா இல்லை இல்லை பாருங்க ராகுல். ஹரி ஓம். see இது கரெக்டாக இருக்கும் உங்களுக்கு. ஸ்பெஷல் மைக் ஃபார் யூ only, okay? Come stand. Let's see. Let's hear. Say Hari Om.
Hari Om.
இன்னும் கொஞ்சம். Come closer and say Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Louder.
Hari Om.
Much better. No, wait. இன்னும் கூட wait. One more time Hari Om, okay? Yeah. Now say Hari Om one more time.
Hari Om.
Yeah, I think it will be correct. This is fine. So this is pre-K, then the other two groups of me. Yeah. Vidya is here. Good. இது ஆன் பண்ணிட்டேல வெப்காஸ்ட். Oh, it's on. Okay. அங்க போயிட்டு ஆன் Hari Om. Volume varla Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. Hari Om. But then the background noise is coming. If it's coming.
Praveen, yeah.
Advait Praveen. Rekha's son. Rekha's son. Hari Om. Now it works, but then there's a background noise, buzzing sound, right? Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's what we should do. Yeah, yeah.
All of those?
Hari Om. வேணாப்பா இந்த இதுவே வச்சுக்கலாம் ஹேண்ட் ஹெல்டே வச்சுக்கிறோம் வந்த அப்புறமா வில் சேஞ்ச் ஓகே தேங்க் யூ
Hari Om.
You scared yourself. I scared myself. I know. Okay. What are your numbers? Only odd. Okay. Only odd people on this side. There are few people missing on the other side. All even numbers they are supposed to line up on the left, right? Shruti, are you sitting with your parents?
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to start with an invocation. Om Sahanau Vavatu Sahanau Bunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejas Vinavati Tamustu Vavit Vishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Hari Om Shri Gurbhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Hari Om everyone. Today is the 6th annual storytelling competition, but what makes it the special one today is that it's the first time it's going to happen in person up on stage. I know all the kids, along with their parents, have been working hard and come up with fantastic stories. So don't worry, come up on stage, do your best, and don't be stressed out. So first up, we have Layam Menon, Madhava O2, and she's in grade 2, Sunday AM, and today her story will be Shivaji Maharaj, the great disciple king. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Layam and I am in 2nd grade. Today I'm going to be telling the story of Shivaji, the great disciple king. What, How can a king be a great disciple? Well, if you just hear this story, we will know how. Long, long ago, there lived a king named Shivaji. He was a great disciple of Saint Ramdas. Saint Ramdas believed that he was his favorite student because he was a king. All of Saint Ramdas' students were very jealous of Shivaji. They thought that Shivaji was his favorite because he was a king. So one day, Saint Ramdas and his students set out to the forest. They were lost. Then Saint Ramdas found a cave. He went inside it and then started crying. All of Saint Ramdas' students heard that noise. They ran into the cave where they heard the noise. Then they went inside it, and there was Saint Ramdas. Saint Ramdas, what happened? Tell us, please. Saint Ramdas said, "Oh, it's a very rare disease. It's the baddest stomach I've ever had." Then the students all said, No, tell us, please, tell us. Then Saint Ramdas told them what to do. He whispered it in their ears. Then they said, I'm busy, gotta go, bye. So they turned around and set out into the forest to go back home. News passed by. Then Saint Ramdas, Shivaji heard the news. Then he went out to the forest and saw the cave. Then he went inside it, and then there was Saint Ramdas. "Oh, Guru, what happened? Tell me, please." Saint Ramdas said, "It's a very rare disease, and it's the baddest pain I've ever had." "No, please tell me. If you don't tell me, I won't be in peace. If you do, then I will be in peace." Then Saint Ramdas said, "Okay, if you really want to know, I'll tell you. You have to get fresh milk from a tigress." "Okay, no problem." So then Saint Ramdas gave Shivaji the pot. He took it and put it down. Then Shivaji took his guru's blessings. Then went out of the cave. After a few minutes, he saw 2 small tiger cubs. Shivaji thought, now I know that I'm close to a tigress. After a few minutes, he saw the tigress. The tigress was very mad. She growled, "Roar!" Then Shivaji was very brave, and he could defeat him, the tigress, but he wasn't there to do that. Then Shivaji said to the tigress, "Oh, my dear mother, I am not here to harm you. I am just here to get fresh milk from you." So then the tigress knew what Shivaji was saying. Then he went to Shivaji and licked him. Then Shivaji took the pot, bent down, and started milking the tiger. After a few minutes, he was done. He put the lid on and said to the tigress, "Oh, my dear mother, I will just go and give you fresh milk to my guru, and then I'll come back and you could eat me in peace." Then he took the pot and went out into the cave. He went inside, and then there was Saint Ramdas. He gave the fresh milk, and Saint Ramdas drank it all up. Oh, I feel cured up already. Then Saint Ramdas called out for his students. Students! Then all the students came running into the cave. Remember the milk I was saying from the tigress? Yes, said Saint said all of Saint Ramdas students. Well, Shivaji helped me. He got the milk from the tigress and he was very brave. Then he got the milk for me and I drank it all up and now I'm cured. See, now you know why Shivaji is my favorite. To end with the story, I'm going to be chanting a mantra. Dhyanamulam Gurur Murti, Puja Mulam Gurur Padam, Mantramulam Gurur Vakyam, Mokshamulam Gurur Kripa. Hari Om. Thank you for having me.
Awesome job, Layam. I can validate, Swami. Tummy aches are indeed the worst to happen. Next up, we have Om Sood, Krishna 01. He's in pre-K and he comes on the Friday session. And his story is Ganesha's devotion for his parents.
Yeah. Say Hari Om there. Yeah. Say Hari Om. Say Hari Om. Loudly. Say Hari Om.
You're Ganesha?
No, you won't be shy. See, you know Vidya auntie, right?
See, Vidya auntie is there,
Vidya
Priya
auntie
auntie
is
is there.
Say Hari Om.
Say,
Say Hari Om. He's looking very cute.
what's your story, Omo? Do you want to talk? Come on. Acha, you want to tell me? Tell me.
Ah, you
Start,
can tell your mommy.
start with Hari Om. Omo. Come on, Omo. You can talk. Do you want to sit and tell? Aye. What do you want? You want this mic? Okay. Omo. Please. See, everybody's waiting. Do you want to tell the story first or the stotra first? Omo. Do you want to do story first or stotra first? Yeah. Say Hari Om. Please start. Everybody is waiting, Shona. Please. Are you shy? Okay. Okay. Can you Sora তোমাকে করতে দেবে না তাড়াতাড়ি Hari Om করে দাও
Just say Hari Om and you can go, okay?
Can you say Hari Om?
Just say Hari Om and you can go.
You don't want to say?
That's okay. Say hi to everyone. Say bye. That's good. Yeah.
Next up, we have Zara Sanjay, Madhava 08, grade 2, Friday PM, and her story is Prahalad and Narasimha. When there's 30 seconds left, I'll just double tap the...
Yeah, he will double tap the mic, okay? If it is long, yeah, then you have to end it quickly, okay? Yeah, start.
Hi, my name is Zara and I will be saying the story of Prahlad and Narasimha. Do you know what a threshold is? I did not until very recently when I read the story of Prahlad. It is the barrier that separates the inside and outside of our homes. We step over one every day. But in the life of Prahlad, this was a place of great importance. Let me tell you the story of how. But wait, the story begins even before Prahlad is born. Hiranyakashipu was a demon or asura, the third avatar of Lord Vishnu. Varaha killed his brother. This made Hiranyakashipu upset and angry. He holds a grudge against Lord Vishnu, so he prays to Lord Brahma with great devotion. Lord Brahma appears before him and grants him his wish. And what does he wish for? He prays that man or beast cannot kill him, not inside the house or outside the house. not at day or at night, and not with any weapon. Now he is very pleased with himself and feels that he is immortal. He goes around fighting with the gods and creating chaos everywhere. Many years later, a boy is born to Hiranyakashipu. He is known as Prahlad. Just as much as Hiranyakashipu holds a grudge against Lord Vishnu, little Prahlad is a great devotee of Lord Vishnu. He preaches to anybody he sees about the greatness of the Lord. His devotion is unwavering. Hiranyakashipu makes it his goal to make Prahlad his devotee. If that does not work, kill him. He tries many tricks to shake Prahlad's devotion, like giving him poisoned food, putting him in a snake pit that he thinks is a temple, or trampling him with elephants. He even sends his sister Holika to burn Prahlad to death. But none of these have any effect on Prahlad because of Lord Vishnu's will and Prahlad's devotion. Finally, Hiranyakashipu loses his patience and confronts Prahlad. He pulls out his sword and points it towards an iron pillar. He asks Prahlad, "Is your Lord present in that pillar too?" Prahlad answers, "Yes," which angers Hiranyakashipu even more. He kicks the pillar. To his surprise, Lord Vishnu emerges from the pillar in his fourth avatar, Narasimha. What a sight it was to see the half lion, half man. Narasimha says, "I am man, god, and beast all in one. It is neither day or night, but dusk, and I have no weapons other than my nails." He carries Hiranyakashipu to the threshold of the house, rips him apart, and kills him. Prahlad bows his head in devotion, and the three worlds rejoice at the end of Hiranyakashipu. Prahlad grows up to be a great and generous king. He is tested for his devotion later in his life, but that, my friends, is a story for another day. Oh, thank you.
We are webcasting this. It's a live on our YouTube channel, so if you want to share with your grandparents.
The story of Prahalad and Narasimha is the perfect embodiment of devotion and duty. Fantastic job, Zara. Next up, we have Ananya Tiwari, Gopala 07, grade 6 on the Sunday AM session. And her story is, who is greater, sannyasi or householder?
Interesting. Like it. I think we need to adjust a little bit for you, right? Yeah. Can you come closer and say Hari Om?
Hari Om.
Ah, you're good. Right? Fine. Okay.
Hari Om. My name is Ananya and I'm in 6th grade. My story is about, my story's title is, who is greater, a sannyasi or a householder? Ananya Tiwari. My story's title is, who's greater, a sannyasi or a householder? A certain king used to acquire all of the sannyasis who came to his country. He asked them, who is greater, a sannyasi or a householder? So a sannyasi or a householder. So many wise men sought to solve this problem. So some people said that a householder is greater. They asked for proof. The king asked for proof, and they couldn't give any. So he told them to marry and become a householder. Others thought that a sannyasi was greater. He asked for proof, and they also couldn't give any. So they were also sent to marry and become a householder. So lastly, this man a young sannyasi comes in, and he said, "O king, a sannyasi and a householder is great in their own place." The king says, "Prove it to me." He says, "I will prove it to you, my king, but you will have to come with me and live as I do for a few days." The king agreed, and they both walked through many countries until they reached this kingdom. And in the capital of the kingdom is this huge ceremony taking place. In In this ceremony, the criers loudly proclaim. They say, "The princess, the king, the daughter of the king's, the daughter of the king, is going to choose her husband." The princess imagined to pick the handsomest prince over there. She says she walks over to all of the men, but doesn't seem to care about any of them. Just then walks in this young sannyasi, and he's handsome. He's like the sun on the ground. So she said. So as soon as she walks up to him and she sees him, she goes, I'm going to marry this man. So she puts a garland over his neck. He says, "What nonsense is this? I'm a sannyasi, and what is marriage to me?" So he throws off the garland. He seizes it and he throws it off. And then the prince comes, and then the king comes and he says, "Oh, maybe this man is poor. That's why he wouldn't dare to marry a princess." So then he comes up to him and he says, "If you marry my daughter, I will give you half of my land right now, and after my death, you will rule the kingdom." And then he puts the garland over the sannyasi again. The sannyasi gets really furious and he throws it off again and he says, "I don't want to marry," and then he runs away out of the kingdom. The princess then says, "I love this dude and I want to marry him right now." So she runs after him and then she's like, "Let me find out where he's going." So he runs into this forest and it's really big and he knows all the ways through it. The king, meanwhile, the sannyasi who brought the king in says, let's follow her. Let's see where she goes." So they both go with and follow the princess. The princess is in the forest and now she's weeping because she can't find the person she wants to marry. So she starts weeping, and then the king and the sannyasi with him, they walk up to her and say, "Don't weep, we're going to help you find the way out of this forest." But it's simply too late to do that. It's too dark. So they say, "Let's rest here under this tree." On this tree lived little birds. A bird, his wife, and 3 little ones. They all look down. The bird looks down and he's like, and turns to his wife and he goes, there are people over here and it's winter and we don't have fire to give them." So he flies away, finds a little bit of fire on this twig and drops it before them. After enhancing the fire a little bit, they're able to make a big fire and they're able to keep themselves warm. The bird is still not satisfied. So he looks at his wife and he goes, "My dear, what shall we do? It's we have food and they're hungry." So they walk up. So he says, "It is our duty as householders to provide the people who come to our house food and take care of them." So he says, "I shall do what I can, and I will jump into this fire and give them my life so they're not hungry." So he jumps into the fire. Seeing what his husband has done, the wife goes, "Well, there's 3 guests here and 1 bird isn't enough for their food." So she says, "As a wife, my duty is to not let my husband's efforts go into vain." So she also jumps into the fire and sacrifices her life. So then the 3 little birds look up and they're like, "Well, my parents did all they could and it's still not enough. So it's our responsibility, it's our duty to carry on what our parents' effort was." And they 3 also jump into the fire and die. Obviously, the 3 guests wouldn't eat the dead birds, so they spend the night without food. And then in the morning, they take the princess out of the forest and they make her, and then she returns to her father. Then the sannyasi looks up to the king and he says, "As you can see, a sannyasi and a householder is great in their own place. If you want to live in the world, live like those birds who are ready to sacrifice their life for others at any moment. And if you want to re-announce the world, be like the sannyasi, who the most prettiest princess in the world and the whole kingdom were worth nothing to him. So the duty of one isn't the duty of the other. That doesn't mean, like, in this world now people think that the sannyasi goes like, I know Upanishad, I do Ved, I know Gita, I chant it every day and everything, and they think that a householder isn't good enough. And on the other hand, the householder thinks that, well, they literally sacrificed the world, they don't have nothing to worry about, and they think that, well, we're greater, we give them food, we do something. But they both are great in their own place. So that's my story. Thank you.
That was a fantastic story, Ananya. That just shows in life, even a businessman and janitor both play important roles in every day. Next up, we have Vishnu Rajagopalan, Madhava 01. He's in grade 2 and comes on Sunday in the morning. And his story is Ambarisha. Thank you.
Hari my name is Vishnu. I'm going to be saying the story of Ambarisha. Long ago, there was a king named Ambarisha. King Ambarisha started and every Ekadasi, he started his fast, and on every Dwadasi, he broke his fast. But on that one particular Dwadasi, when he was about to break his fast, says Durvasa came and told him that he would bathe in the river nearby. And he had to wait, so he would break, so they could break their fast together. So it took a long time. Hours passed, and King Ambarisha thought he has to come back before noon, or else I'm gonna have to break the fast before him. This is a very bad problem. On one hand, I have to break the fast, but on the other hand, I have to wait for Sage Durvasa. So I guess a sip of water would hurt. So right when he took the sip of water and when he was drinking it, Sage Durvasa arrived and he was enraged. So he was so enraged that he took a hair and then he threw it, and then it became a big bad demon. Lord Vishnu noticed, so he took a Sudarshana Chakra because King Ambarisha was also a great devotee to Lord Vishnu. So he sent his Sudarshana Chakram to save his devotee. So it killed the Rakshasa and started heading toward Sage Durvasa. Sage Durvasa ran. So then he thought, my only choice is Lord Brahma. So he ran to Lord Brahma and said, Lord Brahma, help me. The Sudarshan Chakram is chasing after me. Lord Brahma said, I cannot help you. Only Lord Shiva can help you. He ran to Lord Shiva and he asked Lord Shiva the same thing. Lord Shiva said, only Lord Vishnu can help you. He ran to Lord Vishnu. He asked him the same thing. But Lord Vishnu said, I can forgive you for anything, but you harmed my devotee. So you have to ask forgiveness from him. So Sage Durvasa ran, he backtraced his step and ran back to where they were and asked King Ambarisha for forgiveness. And King Ambarisha prayed and the Sudarshana Chakram went away. The moral of the story is, if you be respectful to a devotee of Lord Vishnu, it's like being respectful to Lord himself. But on the other hand, if you harm Lord Vishnu's devotee, it's like harming Lord Vishnu himself. Hari Om, thank you.
Great job, Vishnu. I loved your enthusiasm. Next, we have Ritika Ramesh, Krishna 16, and she's in grade 1 in the Friday session. And her story is Devotion of Udalaka.
Oh, let's try. Say Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Very good. This is perfect. Okay.
Hari Om. My name is Risika. I'm going to tell the devotee of Uddalaka. A charming village on the banks of the river Saraswati there once lived Uddalaka. He
Next up, we have Arjun Kudumula, Madhava 03. He is in grade 2 in the Friday session, and his story is how Valmiki got his name.
Wait. This is a little bit tricky, okay? Come closer. Say Hari Om.
Hari Om. My name is Arjun. Today I'm gonna tell the story of Valmiki, how he got his name. One day, Valmiki went hunting, and Nahara, one sage, asked him if his family would share the papa he did for killing the animals. Then he went up to his house and asked his family if they will share the papa, and there his whole family said no. And then he went to the sage and told no. And then the sage said, you should say Rama Rama under this tree until I say stop. So then he did. Over time, and her came over him, and then it went away. Then the sage came and told him to come up. Your tapas could be done. Then he came up and he told that your name is Valmiki. He wrote Ra- Ramayana, and I'll tell a story for a stotram for Ram. Sri Rama Rama Rameti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranama Tatulyam Rama Nama Varane Hari Om.
Great job, Arjun. I've been coming to Balviar for 7 years and I've heard multiple stories of Valmiki. However, I've never learned of how he got his name. Great job, Arjun. Next up, we have Shanti Sood, Krishna 10, and she's in kindergarten and she comes on the Friday session. And her story is Hanuman's devotion for Lord Rama. Thank you.
It's a little up, right? You want to hold it?
Hari Om, my name is Shanti Majumdar Sood and I am 5 years old.
Come here.
Hari Om, my name is Shanti Majumdar Sood and I am going to tell a story about Lord Hanuman's devotions for Lord Rama. One day, Sitama was getting ready and she was putting sindoor on her head. Hanuman came and was watching and he said, "What are you wearing on your head?" She said, "Oh Hanuman, it is sindoor." And he asked, "Why are you putting sindoor?" She said, "So that Lord Rama has a very long life." Then he was thinking and then he said, "If I put sindoor every day, then Lord Rama will have a long life." In case of that, he thought to put sindoor all over his body. So he took all the sindoor and put it all over his body. And then that's how Hanuman became a red Hanuman.
Great job, Shanti. Next up, we have Siddharth Kudumula, Madhava 21. And Siddharth is in grade 4 and he comes on the Friday session. And his story is Bhakti of Dhruva.
Hello, my name is Siddharth and today I'll be telling you guys the story of Dhruva. Once, a very long time ago, there was this king called Manu. Manu had a son who was Uttama Panda. Uttama Panda had 2 wives. One was Suniti, the other was Suruchi. Suruchi and Suniti both had one son. Dhruva was Suniti's son and Suruchi's son was Uttama. One day, Dhruva came to Suruchi's palace and Dhruva's father and Uttama were playing. Uttama was on Dhruva's dad and Dhruva wanted also to be there. Dhruva started going there, but Suruchi pulled him off. Suruchi said, "You are not allowed to go there. You need to pray more and do better stuff." Then Dhruva started crying and he went back to his mom's palace. His mom saw him and asked him what happened. Dhruva told his mom what happened and his mom said, "You must go into the forest and and find Vishnu, and he will make everyone like you. So then his mom changed Dhruva's clothes, and then Dhruva started walking into the forest. While Dhruva was walking into the forest, he met Narada. Narada asked him, "Don't you know you shouldn't go into the forest? There's going to be lots of animals like tigers which will try eating you up." Dhruva said with confidence that I want to meet Vishnu and ask him for my wish. So Narada said a mantra in his ear, Om Namo Narayanaya. Then Dhruva said thank you and started walking. Finally, Dhruva came to a tree and sat underneath it. He started praying for 6 months. Then Vishnu came, and Vishnu asked Dhruva, "You can open your eyes." But Dhruva didn't want to see Vishnu through his. He didn't want to directly look. He wanted to see it in his brain because his mom told him that God is everywhere. So Vishnu appeared into his brain, and then Dhruva opened his eyes and told Vishnu his wish. Vishnu granted it and said, "After you die, you will become a star." So Dhruva was very happy, and he went back to his mom's palace. His dad, Surachi, Sunati, and Dhruva's brother were there. They all greeted him with excitement, and they all had a very good time with him. After Dhruva parked his body, Dhruva became the North Star. I have a mantram to say. Shantakaram Bhujagasheram Padmanabam Shuresham Vishwadaram Gaganasadrusham Meghavarnam Shubhangam Lakshmikantam Kamalanayanam Yogi Hridyanagamyam Vande Vishnum Bhavabhayaharam Sarvalokaikanartam. Hari Om. Thank you.
Next up, we have Anaga Rajagopalan, Gopala 06. She's in grade 6 and attends the Sunday AM session. And her story is the story of Andal. So guys, when there's 30 seconds left, I'll just let you know.
Hari Om.
You have to do it. You want to use your hands? Thank you. Anaghara. Say Hari Om.
Hari Om. Hari Om. I will be telling you the story of Andal, one of the 12 Alvars who gave us the Nalayana Divya Prabandham. Vittu Chittan, also known as Peri Alvar, was going to his garden to get some tulasi leaves to make a garland for Lord Vishnu. But on that day, he suddenly heard some crying. Confused, he walked towards the sound and found a beautiful baby girl. Surprised and delighted, he picked her up and brought her home. He was very happy and named her Kodai, which means garland. Kodai soon grew up, hearing many hymns and prayers about Lord Vishnu. Soon, because of that, she also had a great devotion for Lord Vishnu and made many songs and pasurams about Lord Vishnu, including Tirupavai and much more. As usual, on one day, Peri Alvar had just finished making his tulasi garland and went off to do some other work. But first he placed the garland in a basket and then went off. Kodai, being a bit naughty since she was young, took the garland and put it over her head and admired herself in a mirror. Then she quickly took it off and put it back in the basket before her father would see. Periyalvar, not knowing this, gave that same garland and offered it to Lord Vishnu. This happened for a very long time. It happened for days. But one day, Kodai just admired herself for a bit too long, and Periyalvar saw her. He got enraged. He started scolding her a lot and sat down to make another new Tulasi Malai. With that new one, he offered it to Lord Vishnu and put it on him. But it just fell. He wouldn't take it. Confused, he tried it again, but it fell again. So, Periyalvar, very confused, asked the Lord, Lord Vishnu, I don't know what I've done wrong. Please tell me what I can do to fix it. Lord Vishnu replied, you have not really done anything wrong. It's just that I enjoy putting on the same garland that Kodai has put on herself. Periyalvar, noticing how much Andal had devotion for the Lord, went back to taking the garland and offered it to Kodai. She put the garland on, admired herself in the mirror, took it off and put it back in the basket. This time, when Periyalvar offered it to the Lord, it stayed on him. This is when Periyalvar really realized how much Kodai had bhakti towards the Lord. As Andal grew up, or Kodai grew up, she made much more pasurams, and every day she would wake up very early and put kolams or rangolis on the ground and say lots of prayers. And one day, as she kept growing up, she had a desire to marry the Lord. So she asked her father, but Periyalvar was very confused. He thought, how could a human marry the great Lord Vishnu? One day as he was sleeping though, Vishnu appeared in his dream and said, your child, Kodai, is actually Bhuma Devi, and I am waiting for her. Periyalvar, finally understanding what all of this was, immediately arranged a marriage. And soon Kodai was known as Andal, which means one who rules over the heart of the Lord. Vishnu and Andal got married, and they lived happily. A Vaishnava Acharyan summarized this as அன்று கொடிக்கொரு சந்ததியாய் ஆழ்வார்கள் தம் சேலை விஞ்சி நிற்கும் தன்மயளாய் பிஞ்சாய் பழுத்தாளை ஆண்டாளை பத்தியுடன் நாளும் வழுத்தாய் மனமே மகிழ்ந்து. ஹரியோம்.
Next up, we have Rishi Lekalapudi, ID Madhava 17. He's in grade 4 and attends the Friday session. And his story is Navavidya Bhakti, with examples for all 9 forms of Bhakti.
Hari Om. So today I'm going to be talking about Navavidya Bhakti with examples from our scriptures. Navavidya Bhakti was first mentioned in Srimad Bhagavatam when Hiranyakashipu asks Prahalada what he learnt in schooling. Prahalada then replies, Shravanam, Kirtanam, Vishnoho, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Vandanam, Dhyasyam, Sakyam, Atmanivedanam. It is also said by sage Valmiki that it was taught to that Rama taught this to Lakshmana. Shravanam is listening to the glories of the God, and you can do this by listening to stories or the great Puranas and things like that. And 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 yeah. Okay, so an example for this is Parikshit Maharaj. So after finding out that he will die in 7 days because of a snake bite, he then decides to listen to something that can give him liberation. So he then calls a lot of sages in his kingdom, and at that time a sage was going past his kingdom, and the sage decides to tell the Srimad Bhagavatam to Parikshit Maharaj. He then listens and later attains liberation. Kirtanam is singing about the glories of the Lord, and you can do this anywhere by either chanting his name or singing any small bhajans and things. A few examples are Narada Maharshi, Saint Tyagaraja, and Annamacharya. Smaranam is Smaranam is remembering about the Lord whenever or wherever you are, and never forgetting him, and even if you're doing something that's totally unrelated. One example is Prahalada, and when he was inside his mother, he first receives the knowledge of Vishnu, and from then he becomes a big devotee of Vishnu and always is thinking about him when he's doing things. Padasevanam is serving the Lord's feet, and one example is Bharata, and when Rama goes to the forest for 14 years, Bharata then has to rule the kingdom. But he couldn't do it because it was Rama's kingdom and not his. So he goes to the forest to find Rama, and he asks Rama to come back. But Rama says no, because he says he has to follow his father's orders. So Bharata then asks Rama for his padukas, and then so Rama gives Bharata his padukas, and then Bharata takes them back to the kingdom, and then he then puts it on the throne and rules the kingdom on behalf of Rama. Archana is worshipping the god, and you can do this by offering him food, flowers, leaves, or even water. It can be anything. The most important thing in Archana is to always concentrate on the God and be in a meditative state, and not get distracted or doing anything else. Vandanam is being thankful to the God for whatever he gave us and put here on earth. One example for this is Akrura. Akrura is a minister in Kamsa's castle, and then he receives a message saying that he needs to bring Krishna and Balarama for an event in Kamsa's castle. And after hearing that, he's overjoyed. And when he goes to Vrindavan and he sees Krishna's footsteps, he starts rolling on them with joy and excitement. And later, Krishna shows Akrura his divine form, which is Vishwarupam. Dasya is being a servant to the Lord and never taking credit for anything that you do and doing everything as though you're doing it for the Lord. One example is Hanuman, because he always serves Lord Rama and does everything before Lord Rama. Sakyam is considering God as a friend. When you're friends with the God, you will feel all the joys and all the sorrows together. One example is Arjuna, and Arjuna and Krishna had a very good bond and friendship, so that's why that's a good example for Sakyam. Atma Nivedanam is offering oneself to the God. You have to give everything, your mind, your body, and your soul to the God, and thinking that you and him are the same and you're not different from him. One example is Bali Chakravarti, and so when Vishnu appears on earth as Vamana, Vamana asks Bali Chakravarti for 3 footsteps of land. So he puts one on the ground, one on the whole entire sky and cosmos, and then when he asks Bali Chakravarti where he should put the 3rd foot, and then Bali Chakravarti replies saying, on my head. And then so Vamana puts his 3rd foot on Bali Chakravarti's head and pushes him into the Patala Lokam. The main goal of human being is to attain liberation. By following any one of these bhakti margas, one can attain liberation, mukti. Hari Om.
Thank you, Rishi, for your story, and I really liked your examples that you gave that made us connect with it better. Next up, we have Rahul Ramesh. He's in pre-K and he attends the Friday session, and his ID is Krishna02. And his story is Gajendra Moksha. Thank you.
Hari Om.
Right, okay. One more time.
Hari Om.
Okay, now you can start.
Once upon a time, there was an elephant named Gajendra. The elephant was very thirsty.
No, wait. We can't hear him.
It's on.
The elephant was very thirsty. It went to a lake where it drinks water.
Yeah, uncle will hold it. You can talk. Keep talking. Continue, Ra. Yeah.
Elephant went to the lake.
Elephant went to the lake
To drink water.
to drink water. There was an alligator in the lake. Got the elephant's leg. The elephant started to cry.
Cry.
Day and night. And finally prayed to Umati. Umati came.
What he used
Chakra to cut the alligator's head. The elephant took his leg out, and then the elephant drank water and went with Umati.
Elephant went with? Umachi.
Say loudly, elephant went to Umachi. Hurry.
Elephant went with Umachi.
Hurry home, children.
Hurry up.
Here we have Shlok Kale, grade 5, and he attends the Sunday session.
Hariom. My name is Shlok, and
Check 1, 2.
Hariom. My
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. You come over here.
Hariom. Hariom. My name is Shlok, and I'm in 5th grade, and yeah, and I'm gonna share the story of Bhakta Prahlada. Bhakta Prahlada was the son of Hiranyakashipu and the great devotee of Lord Vishnu. And he has a very interesting story because his dad was a demon and he was the bhakta of his dad's enemy. So let's hear his story. So first we need to know who Hiranyakashipu is. He was a really mean demon who wanted to become immortal, and in efforts of that he pleased Brahmadev to become immortal. As you can't be immortal, he thought he might be able to fool Brahmadev by asking for this boon. So he asked that to Brahmadev that I cannot be killed on ground, nor in the sky, nor by any celestial being, nor asura, not any man nor woman, no human nor beast or animal, not by any astra nor shastra, not by anything living or dead, and not at day nor at night. He thought he fooled Brahmadev, but he didn't. He started killing all of the people who were devotees of Lord Vishnu. When he was in the penance, doing the penance, his wife and her unborn son, as she had to take care of him, he went to Narada Maharshi, and the Narada Maharshi always says Om Namo Narayana. So they got the sound of Lord Vishnu. So all the names, it was like Namasmarana, sort of like that. And that made Bhakta Prahlada. And also Narada Maharshi also taught Prahlada the name Om Namo Narayana, so he could become a devotee of Lord Vishnu. And then when Hiranyakashipu came back, Prahlada was born and everything. But Hiranyakashipu tried to convince Bhakta Prahlada to be a bhakta of Hiranyakashipu, not Lord Vishnu, because Lord Vishnu killed or took Hiranyaksha's life because Hiranyaksha was another mean demon and he was trying to destroy the world. So Hiranyakashipu thought it was really bad, and then he got really upset and angry. So after Bhakta Prahlada did not become convinced, he tried killing him. He used many means, such as putting him in a snake, poisonous snakes, trampling with elephants, poisoning his food, putting him in hot oil, etc., etc. But none of these worked. One such example was when he used his sister Holika, and Holika had a boon that she would not die as long as she would not get burnt by fire as long as she used it for good purposes. As she used it for a bad purpose, she got burnt, and Bhakta Prahlad did not get burnt because he chanted the Om Namo Narayana mantra. After all of this didn't work, Hiranyakashipu lost all of his temper. He yelled at Bhakta Prahlada, "Where is this Lord Vishnu of yours?" Bhakta Prahlada was like, "Everywhere." And then there was an iron pillar right next to them. So Hiranyakashipu said, "Is he in this pillar?" Bhakta was like, "Daddy, of course, he's everywhere." And then Hiranyakashipu got really mad. He kicked the pillar down, and Lord Narasimha, the fourth avatar of Lord Vishnu, came into form. Lord Vishnu fought for a long time with Hiranyakashipu, but he always had the upper hand because he was God. And Hiranyakashipu thought he was God, but he actually wasn't. And he was like, I'm going to beat you, but he couldn't defeat him. And finally, Lord of Narasimha got Hiranyakashipu on his lap, and he tore him apart. But before that, he reminded him, I'm nor beast, nor am man. I'm nor woman, nor am I like a man. I am. This is my lap, so it's not on the ground, nor is it on the in the sky. I'm killing you on the doorstep, which is nor inside nor outside. And this is dusk time, which is nor day nor night. And I'm using my nails, which are nor living nor dead, and they are not astra nor shastra. And thus, saying this, he killed him, and that was the end of Hiranyakashipu. Lord Narasimha got calmed down by Bhakta Prahlad, and he was awarded the name Bhakta Prahlada, and he was made the king of Asuras, and he ruled very righteously. Thank you.
Fantastic job, Shlok. Next up, we have Hita Kesari.
Check 1 2.
And her ID is Madhava07. Hita is in grade 2 and she attends the Friday session. And her story is Bhakta Kanapa.
Kannappa. Very good. Say Hari Om.
Hari Om, my name is Hita and I will be telling you the story of Bhakta Kannappa. Long ago, there was a man named Bhakta Kannappa, and every day he used to go to a forest and hunt for animals like deers and rabbits, and he used to sell them for money. And one day, when he was coming back from a hunt, he found a god in the forest, and it was a Shiva Lingam. And he used to collect water from a nearby river and put it in his mouth and pour it on the god. And he used to offer meat as naivedyam for the god. He also used to one day when he was coming back from a hunt, he saw one of the Lord's eyes oozing blood. So he thought what to do, but all he could think of was to pull his eye out and put it on the god. So that's what he did and put it on the Lord's face. Soon after, the second eye started oozing blood. So he was about to pull his second eye out, but he didn't realize that he would be blind. So he was about to pluck his second eye, but just then a god appeared in front of him and then said, I am amazed at your bhakti. You offered me your eye. From now on, your name will be Bhakta Kannappa. And that is the story of Bhakta Kannappa. Hari Om.
Next up, we have Anisha Nadaminti. Krishna 20. Anisha is in grade 1 and attends the Friday session. And her story is Bhakta Prahalada.
Okay, do it without touching. Okay, say Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Yes, very good.
My name is Anisha and I'm going to tell the story of Bhakta Prahalad. Once upon a time there was a little boy named Prahalad. He was a small boy and loved to pray and worship God. He always listened and worshipped God and never gave up. His father was a king and his name was Hiranyakashipu. He was a bad king and tried to make Prahalada give up. And one day, Hiranyakashipu ordered his men to throw Prahlad into a fire. Prahlad was not afraid because he knew that he was gonna be safe because he always prayed to Lord Vishnu. When he was in the fire, he did not get burned and he was perfectly safe. Hiranyakashipu was so angry that he threw a big heavy rock on Prahlad. Nothing happened to Prahlad and the rock broke into pieces. Then Hiranyakashipu asked Prahlad how he was still alive. Prahlad told Hiranyakashipu that believe in faith and never gave up. Then Hiranyakashipu realized and forgiven Prahlad, and they lived happily ever after. The moral of the story is to never give up and to always change and you can always change your ways and live happy.
Great job, Anisha. Next up, we have Anjali Prasanna Kumar, Gopala 03. Anjali is in grade 5 and attends the Sunday session. And her story is the story of King Mahabali. Thank you.
Okay. Gajananji, we need your help. Can you hold in your hand? Yeah. Do you need to use your hand? I'm sorry, you won't be able to use your hand. Either there. Is this better? You have to move it this way. Here. Even this doesn't stand. Yeah, can you adjust the height for her? She's very tall.
Let me. Is this one?
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. Yeah. As long as it's adjusted for her height, that's fine. Yeah.
Hari Om, my name is Anjali and I'm going to be telling the story of King Mahabali and how he had bhakti towards Lord Vishnu. King Mahabali was a great king and he was the grandson of Prahlad and the son of okay, so basically he was a great king and all of his subjects were happy and proud of him because he gave everything he could to them, and he also everyone in his kingdom was happy. There was no such thing as crime and there were no diseases. People could leave their doors open and nobody would come in and steal anything. But as the gods started to know this, they started becoming jealous and concerned that their own supremacy would go under the Asuras. So then Aditi, the mother of gods, told Lord Vishnu about the dilemma. Lord Vishnu turned into Vamana, a poor Brahmin boy, and wanted to help and test Mahabali to see if he was a good king. So when Mahabali was finishing his morning rituals, he came and asked him for 3 steps of land that could be covered by his own feet. So Mahabali agreed, and as soon as he agreed, his a person warned him that this was no ordinary person, and that he was, and to be careful. But Mahabali told him that a king shouldn't back off of his own words, and it would be a sin if he did. So then, as soon as he agreed, Vamana started growing and growing and expanding until he reached cosmic proportions. Then, in his first step, he covered the entire earth. In his second step, he covered the entire skies. And then he asked Mahabali where he should put his third step. Mahabali told him knew that this was no ordinary person, and told him to put his last step on his head. So, when he stepped on his head, he sent him to Patal Lok, and then there, Mahabali asked asked Vamana what his true form was, and Vamana turned into Lord Vishnu and told him that he was testing him, and that he gave up all of his worldly possessions, and that he was going to grant him a boon. So Mahabali was very noble, and he loved his subjects and his kingdom. So he asked if he could visit his kingdom and his people once every year. That's why in Kerala, Onam is celebrated because of the welcoming of King Mahabali. This story shows the bhakti of King Mahabali towards Lord Vishnu. Thank you.
Next up, we have Srinidhi Vishnu Prasad. Srinidhi is in grade 1 and attends the Friday session. And her story today is going to be about Damodar. And her ID is Krishna 15.
Hi, Namaste. I'm going to tell you a story about Krishna. The story name is called Damodara. One day in Gokul, Mother Yashoda was cooking. Krishna was very curious what was cooking. Then Mother Yashoda went to churn the butter. Krishna was following her slowly and kept his eyes on the delicious butter. Mother Yashoda felt it was time to feed Krishna. While feeding him, she smelled smoke from the kitchen. She ran to the kitchen and left Krishna behind. Krishna was very angry and upset, so he broke the pots and ate some butter from the pots. He did feed butter from the pot and feed butter from to the birds that flew nearby. When Mother Yashoda returned, she was very upset and angry. She thought she should teach a lesson to Krishna. She found a rope nearby and she was trying to tie Krishna to the motor. It was too short, so she found more rope nearby. And Krishna mercifully allowed her to tie the rope to the motor. Then Mother Yashoda went back to the kitchen. Krishna was restless, so he started to crawl outside to the garden. The motor got stuck into 2 trees, and the trees fell down with a loud noise. 2 demigods came from the 2 trees. One was named Nalakubera and the other one was named Managriva. They were sons of Kubera. Sage Narada cursed them to trees because they were misbehaving. So Sage Narada cursed them into trees. They thanked Krishna. The Gopas saw the amazement, so they ran to Mother Yashoda and they told about the amazement. Before Mother Yashoda could reach Krishna, the demigods' prayers were done. They left the trees and went to their planets. Mother Yashoda saw Krishna playing with the birds nearby. Mother Yashoda untied Krishna from the motor. Mother Yashoda, they kissed him and hugged him. That's why Krishna was called Damodara. Damodara, which means rope around the belly. Hari Om.
Great job, Srinidhi. Next up, we have. Next up, we have Giri Shankar Anish. Anish Giri Shankar. Anish is in grade 5.
Grade 5.
Grade 5 and attends a Sunday AM session. And his story today is going to be about Krishna and Kuchela. And his code is Gopala01.
Hari Om. My name is Giri Shankar Anish, and I am going to tell you the story of Krishna and Kuchela. Krishna and Kuchela were disciples of Guru Sandipani. Among all the students in Guru Sandipani's ashram, there was a special bond between Krishna and Kuchela. Kuchela was named Sudama by his parents, but apparently because of his poor clothes, people called him Kuchela. Sudama was blessed enough to realize that his childhood friend was none other than the Lord himself, and it was God's own will that brought them together. As the days passed, it was time for the disciples to leave the ashram after seeking blessings from their teacher. Sudama, being a Brahmin boy, continued his association with the scriptures and continued to serve. Sudama soon got married to a loyal and loving girl, Sushila. But he was blessed to be a father of many children. But living in a life of poverty, it was hard for Sushila to make two ends meet. Sudama's friend Krishna, on the other hand, was blessed with all the luxuries of life. He grew up in the Dwarka royal palace and was the prince of the Yadava empire. He also got married to Rukmini shortly. Sudama and Sushila's sufferings were increasing day by day, and Sushila knew that her husband's friend was none other than the Lord himself. So she asked her husband to go meet his childhood friend. According to our scriptures, one should not leave empty-handed when visiting rulers, elders, teachers, pregnant women, or God. Sushila went to their neighbors and brought 3 handfuls of flattened rice. She asked Sudama to take this as a gift for Krishna. Sudama happily took this and started his journey to Dwaraka. On his way there, he thought, will Krishna remember me? Will he recognize me? Will he receive me? Then Sudama thought, Krishna is the most large-hearted person that he would receive anyone, even the poorest of the poor. When he reached Dwaraka, Krishna was sitting on his balcony with Rukmini, his wife, when he suddenly saw someone familiar. He had a closer look and he saw it was Sudama. He ran with tears of joy and embraced him. He took him into his palace and applied sandal paste and flowers to his feet to welcome him. They talked all day and far into the night. When Krishna suddenly asked, Sudama, have you not brought me anything? Sudama looked worried, and then Krishna saw something under his arm. He snatched it and opened it and saw it was flattened rice. He exclaimed, Excellent! After all these years, you still remember that flattened rice was my favorite. He ate 2 handfuls when Rukmini came and got hold of his hand. She whispered, Enough, enough. 2 handfuls already made him rich beyond his dreams. That night, Sudama could not sleep, thinking of the events of the day. And full of thankfulness, he felt like he was in heaven and slowly drifted to sleep. The next day, it was time for Sudama to leave Dwaraka and go back to his home. On his way back home, he thought, Krishna had not given me anything, and neither have I asked for anything. Then he positively thought, Krishna had not given me anything because he knew that wealth would ruin my tapas. Knowing this, he kept on going on his journey back home. When he reached back home, he couldn't find his hut anywhere. All he saw were giant palaces and mansions everywhere. And when he finally got hold where his home used to be, there was a giant palace. Then Sushila came out. She told him that the previous night, some angels, including Kubera, came to their home and gifted them with all the riches that he could have asked for Krishna. In conclusion, Kuchela had not asked for anything, but the Lord was still kind and considerate to his childish friend and blessed him with everything he could have asked for. Sudama, on the other hand, continued to be Krishna's greatest devotee all throughout his life. The moral of the story is that anyone that thinks about the Lord or prays to the Lord will be protected and taken care of by the Lord and would never be left alone. Hari Om.
Great job, wonderful story. Next up is Vedika Krishna, who's in Madhva 19. She's in grade 4 and she goes to Sunday AM session, and she will be telling us the story of the devoted life of Ananda.
No, just move the top. Yeah, Vedika Krishna. Yeah, come closer. Okay. அதான் இவ்வளோதான் வருது. இதே துடு.
Hari Om. My name is Vedika Krishna, and today I'm going to tell you the story of Andal. Long ago, there was a man named Vishnu Chitta. He was known across the village for his bhakti. He had a beautiful garden where he picked flowers to make garlands that he gave to the temple. Although he had lots of devotion and a beautiful garden, he was sad as he did not have a child. One day when he was going to collect the flowers, he saw a baby girl under the tulsi plant. He picked her up and decided to name her Kodai, as she was a gift from Mother Earth. As Vishnu Chitta lived a devoted life, Kodai was brought up in a similar way. She had a fierce amount of bhakti for Lord Vishnu and Lord Krishna, and she wrote poetry to show her immense amount of bhakti. She also made garlands with her father, although she had a very unique way of making them. She would pretend that the Lord was in front of her, then wear the garland to see if it was beautiful enough for the Lord. Then she would give it to her father. One specific day when Vishnu Chitta was going to the temple, he saw a strand of hair in the garland. He immediately knew that Kodai had been wearing the garlands. He went home and scolded Kodai. Kodai, it is a disgrace to wear a garland meant for the Lord. She immediately apologized and made a new garland. That day, she also took a 1-month vow to show her bhakti for Lord Krishna. She chanted 30 verses. That night, Vishnu Chitta received a vision from Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu told him that he accepted the garlands that Kodai wore. This is how she got her name Andal, meaning one who ruled over the Lord. When Andal was ready to be married, she insisted on marrying Sri Ranganatha, a form of Lord Vishnu. She did not accept anybody else. Kodai, dear, it is impossible to marry the Lord, Vishnu Chitta explained. You are the one who says that the Lord is always in our heart, and we should look up to him for his generosity and courage, Kodai argued. That night, when Vishnu Chitta slept, he received a vision from Sri Ranganatha. Sri Ranganatha told him to send Kodai to the Sri Ranganatha temple the very next day. The priest at the temples received a similar vision. Sri Ranganatha said to him to prepare for the wedding. The very next day, Kodai got dressed in pretty clothes and beautiful garlands. She was already so dazzling, and the garlands and clothes only made her look even more divine. After wearing the many adornments, she married Sri Ranganatha. Andal is an incarnation of goddess Lakshmi. This was the dedicated life of Andal. Thank you for listening. Hari Om.
Thank you so much, Vedika, for that wonderful story. Next up is Aditya Sandeep, who's in Krishna number 19. And he's in pre-K, and he goes to Friday PM session. And he'll be telling us the story of Bhakta Prahalad.
Hi, today I'm gonna learn about
Sing the song. Okay, let's say it together. Say it together. We're going to tell about story of Narasimha and teacher. Teacher is helping. Teacher will help. Come on. Narasimha and it's okay. Everyone will clap for you. Everyone will clap for you. Everyone will clap for you. Amma will take care of you. Okay, we'll say it together. We'll say it together. We'll say it together. Yeah. Candy allam tarva. Today I'm going to tell story of. Okay. Prahlada was it? We'll hold it like this. See? We'll hold it like this. Hold it like this. Prahlada was it? Actually, Prahlada was it? Okay, close. Prahlada was it? Actually, okay, just say Hari Om. Just say Hari Om. Yeah, now you can say. Now you can say. It's okay, you can say. Okay, just say Hari. Just say Hari Om. Just say Hari Om. Just say Hari Om. Just say Hari Om. Okay. Okay. Let's go. It's okay.
Judge is calling another judge. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Start. Now you can.
Okay. Our next story will be Shashank Kare, who's in Gopal number 9, and he's in grade 7, and he will be telling us the story of Kannappa Nayara, devotee of Lord Vishnu.
Howdy everyone, my name is Shashank Kare, and I'm going to tell the story about Kannappa Nayana, the devotee of Lord Shiva. Once there was a hunter named Tenan. He used to go for hunting animals in the forest. One day he saw Shiva's temple in the forest and fell in love with Lord Shiva. He thought of offering something, so he offered meat to Lord Shiva. Next day, the priest came and saw meat in the temple. He became angry. He cleaned the temple, offered his puja, and left. Next day again, Tenan came, offered meat, and he saw the Shivalinga was dirty. So he went to the river to get some water, but he had no buckets. So he filled water in his mouth, came back to the temple and spit on the linga and left. Again, priest came and he saw in the meat and spit in the temple and became upset. He asked Lord Shiva, "How can you let this happen to you?" Lord Shiva told, "It is an offering from another devotee and I had to accept it. If you want to see, hide somewhere and he will be coming soon." Tenan came, he saw the blood was coming out from one eye of Lord Shiva. Tenan got worried. Without thinking much, he took his eye and placed it on the Shivalinga. Then he saw the blood was coming out from other eye too. So he offered his other eye to Lord Shiva. Seeing his intense devotion, Lord Shiva appeared before him and blessed him. Tenan got his eyes back and now known as Ganaban Nayanar. Hello.
Wonderful job, and thank you for telling that story of devotion. Next up is Nico Srivatsan. He's in Madhava number 9. He's in grade 2 Sunday AM, and he'll be telling us a story of Hanuman's devotion. Thank you.
Hi, friends and teachers. Have you heard of the story Ramayana? With no question, Rama was the hero of the story. But Hanuman had the most devotion. I'm going to tell you a story from the epic Ramayana about Hanuman's devotion. Ravana, the evil king, had kidnapped Sita. So Rama asked the help of the Vanaras to find Sita. The Vanaras went north, south, east, and west. Hanuman went south, but when they reached the tip of India, they had to cross the ocean to go to Sri Lanka. But the ocean was 100 leagues away. One Vanara said they could only do 10 leagues. Another Vanara said they could only do 20. Jambavan said, I can do 90, but that was still not enough. Angada said he could do 100, but he couldn't jump the way back. Remember, Hanuman was cursed, so he couldn't remember his powers unless he was reminded. Jambavan reminded Hanuman of his powers, but Hanuman still sat defeated. Finally, Jambavan said, Hanuman, the purpose of your life is to serve Lord Rama. That is your greatest strength. Then Hanuman was ready to jump. He carried the ring of Rama in his mouth and crossed the ocean to Lanka. As it says in the Hanuman Chalisa, Prabhu Mudrika Meli Mukamahi Jaladi Langi Gaya Atarajanahi Durga Makaji Jagatake Jete Surgam Anugraha Tamare Tete. That means if you carry the name of Rama in your mouth, it will help you cross the ocean of samsara. It also means if you say the name of Rama, it will make the impossible possible. So crossing 100 leagues was nothing to Hanuman. Rama asked Hanuman, then, what was it like to be Hanuman? Hanuman said, in the body, I am your sevak. But in the soul, I am a part of you. There is no me, there is only you. Hanuman was showing a form of dasyam. It means loving the God while serving the God, by serving the God. So if you serve someone, then you are serving God. So let us take some time out of our busy schedule and do seva. Thank you. Jai Shri Ram.
Wonderful job, Nikhil, and thank you for chanting that wonderful Hanuman Chalisa shloka. Next up, who's coming back again, Aditya Sandeep. He's a pre-K student and goes to Friday session, and he will be telling us the story of Bhakta Prahlad.
Hi, today I'm gonna tell about Narasimha and Prahlada. Prahlada was a small boy. Her father's name was Hiranyakashipu. He was a king of Asura. Prahlada was a devotee of Vishnu. He always chanted Om Namo Narayana. One day, Prahlada said, Hiranyakashipu asked, "Who's God?" Prahlada said, "Vishnu is God." "Where is he?" "He's everywhere." Hiranyakashipu got angry. He asked, "Is he in the pillar?" "Yes, he is." Then Hiranyakashipu got angry and angry. He took his rod and smashed the pillar. Narasimha with a big roar. Roar! He took Hiranyakashipu in her lap and he cut her with her nails. Prahlada was not scared. He chanted Om Namo Narayana. Narasimha said, "You're my Bhakta." Jai Narasimha, Jai Prahlad. Hi.
Seems like he wanted a little special attention for his second entrance. Can we get another round of applause, please?
So now who is that? Number 2, Om Sood. Go back. Number on the top. Okay, Om Sood. Oh, fine. Number 2. Okay, come.
Okay, next up is Om Sood, Krishna number 1, and he's in pre-K and he goes to Friday PM session. And his story is Ganesha's devotion for his parents.
Move away from the mic and say Hari Om. My name
Hiya.
Don't bite. Okay. What do you say? My name is? If you don't want to say, then we'll have to go. What happened?
You want to say the story?
What is your story? What is the name of your story? What is the name of your story?
outside.
Do you want to say Ganesha's story? Do you want to say Ganesha's stotra? No.
Oh, you can't do
Only
it on
this
that
one is working. What? Okay, can you tell the stotra?
Come on.
Can you tell the stotra? Tell it. Okay.
I'm trying to tell.
You're trying to tell them, use your words. He's saying I'm trying to tell. But you have to use your words, okay? It's okay. One day.
You want to sit down and do it?
Okay. You want to see how Ganesha went around the world? Do you want to show? Yes. No? Okay. Stotra?
I don't remember.
You don't remember what? What do you need help with?
You start and then mommy will help you.
I can help you if you start. Don't touch it.
I
Don't
want
touch it.
this off.
This.
Oh, you want this off? Okay, we'll switch it off. Okay, it's off. No problem.
No,
Okay.
I don't want it just off.
Okay. Okay, you can do it now. Yeah. Okay. Quickly, we have before I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. My name is. My name is. I'm going to tell the story. For his. For his parents. Okay. What did Lord Shiva and Parvati say?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, we'll play your video. Don't worry. Okay, I'll give you prize. Come. I'll give you prize. Come. Come. We'll play your video later. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. Come.
Seems we had another shy storyteller. So next up is Ayush Ajay, Krishna number 9. He's a kindergartner and goes to Sunday AM session, and he'll be telling us the story of Krishna and Sudama.
How do you?
Yeah, very good.
Today I'm going to talk about my story on Krishna and Sudama. Krishna and Sudama grew up under the guidance of Saint Sandipani. They were best friends. They always looked out for each other. They were great disciples to their guru. They helped with several chores. After education, they grew up. They bid farewell to each other with a heavy heart. Sudama went to a village to become a devout Brahman, and Krishna went to Dwarka to become a king. Years went by. Krishna was married to Cecilia. They had a child. They lived in a small hut. It broke Cecilia's heart to see her child go hungry. Cecilia pleaded for Sudama to visit Krishna. Sudama initially refused, but he yearned to meet his childhood friend. So he said yes. Cecilia quickly packed some rice flakes and gave it to Sudama. On the way to Dwarka, Sudama's mind was filled with anxiety and happiness. When he reached Dwarka, he looked like a dagger. Then the guard refused to let him in, but after Sudama's pleading, they went inside to check with Krishna. What? Now comes my favorite part. The moment Krishna heard Sudama's name, he rushed out and gave Sudama a hug. Krishna was so full of questions he didn't know where to start. Sudama, you married, where do you live? Do you have a child? Krishna took Sudama into the castle, made Sudama sit, gave Sudama a royal feast, and at night, Krishna gave Sudama his bed to sleep in. The next day, when Sudama was taking leave, Krishna playfully asked, "What did you bring for me, Sudama?" After everything Sudama had Krishna, he was trying to give the small gift, but Krishna sought the pot, snatched it, and opened it. And Sudama, you remembered my favorite food was rice flake. Do you want me to eat it? Okay.
Quick. We are all hungry. Come on.
Wait. Just like the richest one, so Krishna, just like a kid, Krishna was so happy with a trivial thing. When Sudama was going home, his mind was full of joy. When he reached his hut, he couldn't find his hut. Instead, he found a ginormous mansion. Susila and his child came running out. They told Sudama how the tiny hut transformed into a ginormous mansion. He stood speechless. The all-knowing Krishna helped him without saying a word. I'm not done yet. Sudama noticed Krishna was no other than God. His devotion and bhakti to God increased, and he ultimately received moksha. This was a true gift from his friend, his God Krishna. Moral of the story: God always rewards true devotion. Hari Om. And if you forgot, my name is Aishajay, and I'm from Krishna's Kabbai.
Wonderful job, Ayush. Thank you so much for leaving us in suspense and sharing your wonderful props with us. So next is Neil Srivatsan, Gopal number 5. He's in 5th grade and goes to Sunday AM session, and he'll be telling us the story of Andal.
Hari Om. Today you've all been hearing about all these different types of devotions. But today, right now, I will tell you about the purest type, Atmanivedanam. Once upon a time, there was a saint called Periyarwar. Periyarwar was a great devotee of Lord Vishnu, and every day would make a new garland to offer to him at the temple. One day, he found a baby girl under a tulsi tree. He adopted the girl and named her Kodai. Kodai was taught how to make garlands by Periyarwar and became as devoted to Lord Vishnu as Periyarwar was. One day, Periyarwar was One day, Periyarwar saw Kodai wearing the garland. "What are you doing?" he asked. "You're not supposed to wear that garland until it is offered to Lord Vishnu." He snatched the garland and threw it away. Then he strung a new garland and went to the temple to offer it to Lord Vishnu. When he tried to offer it, it kept slipping down. In the evening, when he came back, he was very disturbed. That night, Lord Vishnu came into his dreams. "Periyarwar, Kodai has always been doing this. She wears the garland and looks at herself in a well, looking at the reflection of the garland in the water. When she does this, she makes the garland that is on me look even more beautiful. I will not wear any other garland unless it is first worn by her." From that moment onwards, Periyarwar always gave the garland first to Kodai to wear, then he took it to the temple and offered it to Lord Vishnu. Later in her life, Kodai said she would only marry Lord Vishnu and no one else. Periyarwar was perplexed. How could this be happening? Periyarwar that night received a dream. Lord Vishnu told him to arrange a wedding at Sri Rangam temple. The day of the wedding arrived, and Kodai went to the temple and bowed down to Lord Vishnu. It is said that she mysteriously disappeared into the idol. Kodai was also known as Andal, or the one who rules Lord Vishnu. She wrote many poems in her life, but the most famous group is called the Tirupavai. She became an awar because she wrote so many poems and was dedicated to Lord Vishnu. She was the only one of the 12 main. Today, in many temples in Tamil Nadu, where she grew up, it is first given to Andal. The garland is first always given to Andal, and then it is offered to Lord Vishnu. To wrap up today, I would like the type of devotion she showed is Atmanivedanam. Atmanivedanam is complete self-surrendering to the Lord. Not many people can do this. Only very few special people can actually master this. To wrap up today, I would like to say that all of us has some divinity in us. It is our choice of whether we embrace it or we suppress it. It is like the choice between happiness and suffering. Thank you. Hari Om.
Wonderful job, Neil. Thank you so much for sharing that wonderful story with us and sharing all the morals. Next up, we have Shivan Kare. He's in Madhava number 6. He's in grade 2 and goes to a Friday PM session, and he will be telling us a story of Kanakadasa, an exceptional devotee of Lord Krishna. Thank you.
Hari Om, my name is Shivang, and I'm going to tell you the story about Kanakadasa. Kanakadasa was a poet and a musician of Karnataka in India. His poems and poetry were very easy to understand even for the villagers. He was the disciple of Vyasa Tirtha Swami. One day, Vyasa Tirtha Swami told Kanakadasa to visit Udupi, a town in Karnataka. This beautiful city of Udupi also had a Shri Krishna temple that Kanakadasa wanted to visit and offer of his prayers. But the priest of the temple didn't let Kanakadasa enter the temple because he was a lower caste. He was very sad he cannot see Krishna and went back at the temple and started chanting his poems and prayers. Okay. To Spirit Lord. And also started meditating. After that, outer wall of the temple fell down and the idol of Lord Krishna turned around to face Kanakadasa. Kanakadasa offered all his prayers to Lord Krishna. This story is a reminder that everyone is equal in the eyes of Lord. Only thing that matters is devotion. Hari Om.
Wonderful job, Shivank, and I love your props. Next up is Shreyan Vyatla. He's in Krishna number 8. He's in kindergarten and goes to Sunday AM session. He'll be telling us the story of Krishna and Sudama, a true friendship. Thank you.
Hari Om. Today I'm reading a story of Sudama and Krishna. Lord Krishna and Sudama were childhood friends. They went to the same Gurukul. After their education was done, they got separated. Few years passed, then Krishna became the king of Dwaraka. Sudama became a pandit and remained a poor man. Sudama lived in the small hut with his wife and kids. They didn't have any food to eat. Sudama's wife told, "Go meet Krishna and ask him for some help." Sudama's wife gave Rice Krispies to Sudama. Sudama took them to Krishna. He started walking. After he came to Krishna's palace, it was big and huge and pretty decorated. Until Krishna saw Sudama, he ran downstairs and hugged him. Krishna washed his feet. Krishna asked, "What did you give?" Sudama gave the Rice Krispies. Krishna started eating them. They had a good time. Spent rest of the time and then hugged him. Then when Sudama went walking, he saw his small hut became into a big building. Then Sudama saw his wife and kids became dressed up nicely. The moral of the story is true bhakti never disappears by rich and poor.
Wonderful job, Shreyan. Next up is Krishna Vishwanathan. He's in Gopal number 8. He's in 6th grade and goes to Friday PM session, and he'll be telling us the story of Dhruva.
Hari Om. Hello everyone. My name is Krishna Vishwanathan, and today with you I would like to share the story of Dhruva. Let's do this a different way. Let's make it like a movie. Can I have music, please? Not this type of music. Yeah, this is fine. Let's introduce our cast. As our hero, we have Dhruva, who is the son of Uttanapada and Suniti. Then we have a rich and wealthy man who is Uttanapada, who is also a king and Dhruva's father. Next, we have Suniti, who is the loving mother of Dhruva. After that, finally, we have our villain, who is Suruchi. We also have Uttam, who is the son of Suruchi. Now let's start. Our first scene begins with Uttam playing on the lap of his father. In comes our hero. Our hero sees this and wants to join them. As he's about to join them, our villain enters. Suruchi is our villain. Why is she the villain? Because she doesn't want Dhruva to have the throne when he is the one who deserves it. She wants her son, Uttam, to have the throne instead. So will she let Dhruva sit on his father's lap? Obviously not. Get out of here. You have no rights here, she yells. Go back to your mother. Our next scene starts off with Dhruva crying to his mother. Like all of our mothers, Dhruva's mother tries to console him. Do not think about what you don't have and think about what you have. Go and pray to Lord Vishnu, as he is the only one who can help you, his mother tells him. Our hero sets off into the scary forest all alone to pray to Lord Vishnu. On his way there, he meets a sage who keeps saying Narayana, Narayana. Who else could it be other than the great sage Narada? Narada tries to convince him to turn back, but Dhruva refuses to. Narada gives him a secret mantra to help him pray to Lord Vishnu. Do you want to know the mantra? I can't tell you, it's a secret. Our next scene starts as Dhruva starts his penance to Lord Vishnu. Dhruva, it's too easy to just pray for a few days, so we have to make it hard for him. Let's add thunder and lightning. Our hero still doesn't even open his eyes or think about anything else. He continues praying. Next, our hero is so devoted that he doesn't care about anything other than Lord Vishnu. He even stops eating, drinking water, and even breathing. Do you think our hero will die if he stops breathing? Obviously not. He's the hero and can't die yet. When he stops breathing, instead of him not being able to breathe, everyone else cannot breathe. No one in earth can breathe, and everyone goes and prays to Lord Vishnu. Our next scene starts off with Lord Vishnu appearing in front of Dhruva. When Lord Vishnu appears in front of Dhruva, Dhruva is so happy that he forgets why he was praying to Lord Vishnu in the first place. If I were praying to Lord Vishnu and went through all of that, I wouldn't have forgotten what I was praying for. Luckily, Lord Vishnu is the Supreme Lord and knows everything. He knew why Dhruva came to him to pray and gave him exactly what he deserved. He told him he would live a long and joyous life. Our hero has now completed his mission and it's time for him to go back. In our next scene, our hero approaches his palace. When he's at his palace, his stepmother is there and begging for his forgiveness. After meeting Vishnu, our hero is now very wise and therefore forgives his stepmother. He lives a long and happy life with his family. And when it's time for him to take the throne, he rules for 36,000 years. Obviously, I can't tell you everything that happens as it's way too long, but I'll come in part 2 next year. I'm not done. When he dies, Dhruva turns into the northern star and guides us to where we need to be. What did you learn from this story? I learned that there are no limits to devotion, and praying in order to receive a boon is not true devotion. In this story, Dhruva shows Shravanam and Smaranam. Shravanam is to hear the names and glories of the Lord. He heard this from sage Narada and his mother. He shows Smaranam because when he's praying, he doesn't remember anything else other than Lord Vishnu, even when there's thunder and lightning. Thank you.
Wonderful job, Krishna, and thank you for all the background music. Next up, we have a video of Om Sood. and his story of Ganesha's devotion to his parents.
Oh, but why am I not crying and my eye water is coming out?
Your eye water is coming out. It's okay. What story will you tell today, Om?
Ganesha. And
Lord
it's very one day.
Ganesha and his parents? Okay.
One day, Ganesha and Karthik and Sheep Thakur
is
decided, and Karthik came and Sheep Thakur.
What did Lord Ganesha's parents ask?
Lord Ganesha and Karthik decided to travel around the world, but Ganesha was thinking that Karthik used her peacock wings to fly and travel around the world. But the end.
No, that's not the end. What did Lord Ganesha do?
Lord Ganesha decided to think.
Think what? Who did he go around? How did he go around the world?
He traveled around his parents too fast.
He traveled around his parents?
Yeah.
But why?
Because he loves his parents.
He loves his parents?
Yeah, because he'll give a big giant laddu and then throw it.
Okay. Thank you for sharing Lord Ganesha's devotion story for his parents. Can you please share his stotra?
Namastotra.
Vakratunda.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvighna Kurvideva Sarvakarishi Sarvada. Did you see how fast I did it?
Yes, you did it very fast. Hari Om.
Hari Om.
Wonderful job. Can you get another round of applause, please? So now we'll have a short 10-minute break so the judges can finish up their scoring. We'll meet in 10 minutes back here. Thank you.
Shri Karthik. Sashya Esopher. Shriyanshi. 5. 1, 3, 5. Side. 2, 4. 2 Nivrit. Okay. That's Sashya. 6 is Rishank. Educated. Okay. Just number. Vilvan. No, 135. 135 Kriya Rajesh. Oh, okay. Change. Rishan, you're here, right? Okay, you're 6. You have to go first. You're 8, right? So you go after Rishan, okay? Only one judge. Hey, light எல்லாம் போடணும்.
Yeah, yeah, I'll switch on the lights. Yeah, she's here. Rishan Kannamaneni is here.
அதெல்லாம் வெச்சு ரெடியா இருக்கா 1 3 5 6 8 எல்லாம் ரெடி
No, no, 6 is ready, right?
6 is ready.
We'll starting with 6. Come up on stage.
Come on, Rishan.
Rishan, come. Oh, what happened to all these things? I know. What grade are you, Kana?
Fifth.
5th grade, right? Yeah. Come closer. Yeah. So we are just announce your name. I will tell you. Yeah, yeah. No, no. Hari Om. We'll now start with Vrishank Annamaneni, Gopala 04. He is grade 5, Sunday AM. Tomorrow never comes. That's the title.
My name is Vishang and I am studying 5th grade. Tomorrow never comes. Once after King Yudhishthir got back his kingdom after a great war, then a man came up for charity, asking him for charity. King Yudhishthir had some work to do and told him to come the next day. Bhima saw this incident and told the man to come the next day. And Bhima told him to. Bhima saw this incident and attention to all the residents of the city. King Yudhishthir is sure that he's going to live up tomorrow. He's quite sure about this. After King Yudhishthir saw his follow and he realized his follow, he immediately called the man and gave him what he wanted. There's another story with the same point. Once lived two neighboring Gopal and Govinda. Govinda was a really lazy man and there was no monsoon for 2 continued years. And so Gopal thought he should construct a canal from the nearby river so that his field can get water. So one morning he started constructing a canal. At mid he still had work to do, and in the at mid he had, after repetitive calls from his wife for having lunch, he continued with his work and came home at 11 p.m. after constructing his canal work. now the water started gurgle with his fuel, it started gurgle with his fuel, and Gopal's heart was gurgled with joy. Govinda saw that he should. Govinda saw that he. Govinda saw that. Govinda saw he should. His field didn't have water, but Gopal's field had water. So one morning he also started constructing a canal, but failed to complete. And in the critical days, he postponed his work in the critical days. And the moral of the story is that Govinda was a procrastinating quality due to his procrastinating quality, and how Gopal was due to his strong and his determination. Govinda had a procrastinating quality and suffered a loss. So we don't know about our next moments and our activities, especially devotional service. Whatever devotional service we postpone, we plan tomorrow, do today, and what devotion service we planned to do today, started now, or else there will be a devastation in a few moments. Then when will you do it? Hari Om. Thank you.
Great job. Next up we have Hariyansh Anamani, grade 2 and Sunday AM. He'll be doing the story, Why is Hanuman Red?
Hello. My name is Shinant and I study 2nd grade. Today my Ramana story I'm going to say is called Why Hanumanji is Red. Hanumanji always wanted to service Prabhu Lord Sri Ram. One day Sita Mata was entered into Rama's bedroom. Hanumanji also followed her. Rama said that Hanumanji cannot enter the room. Hanumanji said, when Sita Mata was entered into the room, why can't I enter the room? Rama said that Sita Mata is having a sindoor on his forehead, so she can enter the room. After hearing that, Hanumanji came out and thought for a while. He concluded that the sindoor is required to enter into Rama's bedroom. So he decided to ask more questions about this sindoor to Sita Mata. The next day, Sita was sitting in a dressing table and was tried to keep the sindoor in his forehead. There came Hanumanji. Hanumanji came. Sita Mata treated Hanumanji as her son because Sita and Rama did not have children for a long time. Hanumanji told the purpose and value of the sindoor. Sita understood what he wanted, and said he learned from elders that if he keeps sindoor, it will increase the lifespan of his Prabhu. Now Hanumanji knows the secret of this sindoor. Hanuman, he immediately went to the shop in search of sindoor and found one. He wandered and asked that the shopkeeper gave him little sindoor in a small box. Hanumanji said that is not enough. He just went into the shop and opened all stacks of sindoor and poured all over his body. He poured some sindoor on the street and wore it head to toe to cover his whole body. Then he came to the palace. Lama inquired what happened. On seeing Hanumanji, Sita Mata started laughing loudly. She understood and told Lama that he was there. She told Hanumanji that it will increase the lifespan of his Prabhu. Hanumanji thought if a small amount of sindoor on Sita Mata's forehead can increase the Prabhu's lifespan. Then hammer to increase he pour all over his body. This is a proof. He thought that he know that this is a pool Hanumanji had for Lama. The moral of the story: Hanumanji knows that Lord Sriram is the supreme personality of Godhead, but still due to a meaningful love towards Rama, Hanuman, he thought that the sindoor kept it throughout his body only will increase the Rama's lifespan. Om Tat Sat.
Wonderful job there. Next up is Nivrit Venumala. He's in pre-K Sunday PM and is going to tell us the story of Sri Krishna Agashura Vandaman.
Hari Om. My name is Divit Rama, and I'm here to tell the story of Krishna and the Gasura. I don't know. And they lived a king in Mathura. That his name was Kamsa, and he sent the Gasura to destroy Krishna. Agasura had an idea and came to Vrindavan.
It is white, Mama.
No, it's not that white.
It is. It's not white enough. It is white. Not wide enough? Okay. You tell the story.
And he opened his mouth as wide as a cave, and the top of Agasura's mouth was touching the sky, and the down of the mouth was touching the floor. And then Krishna's friends saw a Gasura, and then they went shy. And then Krishna went in, and then he, to save his friends, then he, oh, just, come on, carrot, oh, here we go. Here's the bottom.
How does Krishna save his friends?
By ripping a Gasura into 2 pieces.
What is the moral of the story?
Stop it. Stop it, Amma.
You want to finish? Tell the moral of the story?
No. Chocolate, where's the
You
chocolate?
tell the moral of the story.
I don't remember.
Okay, say Hari. Say Hari. You go to Thank you. Say
Great job, Nivrit. You got such wonderful props to go with your story. Next up, we have Sri Karthik Penmensa. He's in 2nd grade and comes Friday p.m. and he's going to tell us the story about the monkey and the crocodile.
Okay. I don't know, somebody has changed it. Oh, they moved it the other way. Okay. This is not tight. Okay, yeah. Okay, come there.
Hari Om. Today we're gonna learn all about the monkey and the crocodile. Once upon a time there was a mighty river, and there was a weak crocodile. One day the crocodile was hungry, so he went down to the river to catch some fishes. Because he was weak, the fishes got out of his mouth, and he went to the other side of the river and rested under a tree. And on top of one of the trees, there was a monkey eating some sweet berries. Then the crocodile asked, "Oh dear monkey, can I have some of those berries?" And he said, "Okay, have some of these berries." Then the crocodile said, "Wow, I love these berries." Then they became friends and had fun together. Like sometimes the crocodile comes to the monkey and gets some berries and play with him. And sometimes the monkey gets a back ride on the crocodile's back to explore the ocean. One day the crocodile asked to pluck some berries so he could give it to his wife. Then when monkey plucked them, the monkey handed. Then when the crocodile head back home, which is the other side of the river, then he gave it to his wife and he said, "Oh, these berries are very sweet." Then he said, "My friend monkey gave these." Then he said, "How nice is he?" And he said, "He's very kind." And she said, "Actually, I was thinking, how sweet will his heart be?" If I don't eat anybody's heart, I'll die. Then when the crocodile heard this, he felt helpless, so he went back to the tree and asked the monkey to come for lunch. Then the monkey said, "Oh, how nice of her. Let's go."
Then when they were on the way, then the monkey asked, "Friend, what is your wife gonna cook for us?" And he said, "You like bananas, right?" Then he said, "Yeah." Then he said, "She's gonna cook some freshly banana bread and some delicious cookies." Then he said, "Oh, looks like there's gonna be a feast." Then, and I'm already drooling. Then, when they were still riding back home, he told the truth. When the monkey heard it, he said, "We monkeys keep our hearts safely at our trees." Then, when they went back to the tree, he told him to go away. And he won't get his heart, neither sweet berries. He used an intelligence and a cleverness to save his life. And the crocodile's stupidest, he lost a great friend and some berries. The moral of the story is, don't trust strangers, act smartly like the crocodile, and don't betray anyone's trust. Yeah.
Thank you. Wonderful job there. Next up, Shaizia Bejaram. She's in pre-K. She'll be telling us the story of Ganesha and little Krishna.
Hello. My name is Shasha. I'm from Arjunam home. That's not from I'm from Arjunam home. I'm going to tell a Krishna story. Once I had a time, there's baby Krishna in the home. Then one Jaja master has come. And one Jaja master think of one Krishna, then the Jaja master said, then the Jaja master just went to the Krishna's home, and she took Krishna baby. Then she just fly from the home. Then Krishna mom name is Parvati. Parvati just called Krishna, and the Parvati says, Krishna's weaning the root of the wind. Then Krishna does something. She just hurt her, and she just trying to get off Krishna. And then all the parents and 2 kids just come, and that big Jaja monster dead. Then Krishna was down of the big monster hand. Then nothing happened to Krishna, and Krishna was didn't get any hurt and dead. And Parvati just take Krishna. Once I had a time, there was Parvati was making one son, Ganesh Jaja. Then she gave blessings. Then the son Ganesh Jaja then Parvati does get dirty on her hands. She thinks she needs to go to the bath, and she stopped. She stopped. She stopped. Son Ganesh. Then the Parvati said to Son Ganesh, "No strangers allowed," she said. Then she went to the bath. Then Son Krishna's dad just come, and the Son Krishna just stopped that dad. Then that dad gets angry, and the dad just chopped that head, that head went to the other space globe, and Parvati just finished her bath, and Parvati's very angry. Son Ganesh Jaja died. That's broke the Son Ganesh. Just chopped the Son Ganesh head. Then Parvati, what you did? You chopped the Ganesh head away of the clay. Then he gets go into the forest, and he gets elephant's head and put it on that Son Ganesh's body. Then that give her blessings, and he hugged that mom and that dad.
Very good job. Next up, we have Sivanshi Gina in 2nd grade. She's in the Sunday AM class, and she'll be telling the story of Krishna and Sudama.
Hari Om everyone, my name is Sianchi Gina. I am 7 years old and I am studying 2nd grade. My teachers are Miss Meena and Miss Ramya. Thanks to all that they teach me. Today I'm going to tell a story about true friendship between Lord Krishna and Sudama. Our story begins when Sudama is not at his house and his wife is serving food. His wife is very sad because they don't have enough food, so the children went to bed very hungry. And when Sudama came back, his wife came to him and said, "Sudama, can you please go to your old friend Lord Krishna and ask for his blessings?" Sudama replied, "But how can I? Do you think the guards will let me in? And also, what will I give to him?" His wife replied, "You always said that Krishna liked poha, right? Just 1 second. I'll be right back." So she ran to her neighbor's house and got a handful of poha. And then she said, "Immediately start your journey to the city of Dwarka tomorrow." So, the next morning, Sudama started his journey to the city of Dwarka. But when he was going to enter inside Krishna's palace, the guards stopped him. Sudama said, Please let me in. I want to meet my old friend, Lord Krishna. The guards replied, "Ha ha ha. You think that our Lord is going to be your friend? Look at your clothes. Go away, otherwise we might put you in jail." And Sudama kept begging for him to go inside. The guards said no. In the meanwhile, Krishna saw this from the balcony. When he saw Sudama, he rushed downstairs and ordered the guards to let him in. And Krishna made him sit on a special chair and washed his feet with his own hands. Sudama couldn't utter a single word. So, when Krishna said, "You're so intelligent, what would you like from me?" He couldn't still utter a single word, so he said in his mind, "I don't want anything from you than your blessings." Krishna understood and said, "Well, what have you brought for me? Has your wife packed some nice eatables?" Sudama happily gave the sack of rice, and Krishna ate a fistful of it. Sudama said, "I will start my journey back home now." But when he reached the place of his small hut, he saw a golden mansion standing right in front of him. He rushed inside and saw his wife and his children happily wearing new clothes. He could feel the touch of Lord Krishna's lovely blessings in his heart. The moral of the story is, true friendship is always the best. Jai Shri Krishna.
Good job. Next up is Rishank Anemanini. Oh.
6 is done.
Mivan Vasavada. Krishna, number 17. He's in first grade in the Sunday PM class.
Hari Om.
Wait. Okay.
My name is Miwan Vasavada and I'm going to tell you a story about Shabari. And I'm in Durga Daredevils. Shabari was a Vishada or a tribal woman who lived in a forest village from childhood. She wanted to learn more about Dharma and spirituality. So she left her house and her village, her parents, in search for a guru or a teacher. But none of the gurus accepted her because she was a Vishada. Shabari never gave up. She kept on trying and trying. One fine day, she reached the ashram of Saint Matanga. Matanga was impressed of her knowledge so Shabari started living at the ashram and performed previous activities. One day, Matanga called Shabari and said, "I am getting old. I'm going to leave my body and bless you for your hard work, discipline." And what is the next one? Said Shabari, who was also getting old, expressed her desire to meet Lord Rama. I forgot the one. Skip it. Shabari felt happy hearing her guru's words. She was happy and kept the ashram tidy and clean. So she kept the ashram tidy and clean to host.
After many years, Lord Rama came himself with his brother Lakshmana, searching for his kidnapped wife Sita. Shabari ran into the garden, picked some fresh berries, and made them comfortable in the small ashram. Shabari took a bite of the berry, then offered it to Lord Rama to confirm its sweetness, not tasteless and sour. But Lakshmana was a bit angry. But Lord Rama explained that it is Shabari making sure that it's not sour or tasteless. So without speaking, Shabari expressed Lord Rama blessed Shabari and continued his trip to find Sita. The moral of the story is the bhakti Shabari towards Lord Rama. Jai Shri Ram!
Great job, Milan. Thank you. Next up, we have Shaurya Bejaram. He's Madhava number 14. He's in 3rd grade and telling us the story of Bhakta Prahlad.
Hari Om. My name is Shaurya Bejaram, and I am presenting the story of Bhakta Prahlad. So, once upon a time, there was a king named Hiranyakashipu. Hiranyakashipu was a terror to all the gods and demons. Hiranyakashipu sat on the throne and called his royal assembly. He was very annoyed with his warriors, and he was very annoyed with his soldiers and the parts of his army. So he thought that if he wanted to defeat Lord Vishnu, he had to do penance and pray to Lord Brahma. So Hiranyakashipu left to a deep, wide forest and started his penance. His penance was so severe that Lord Brahma appeared before him. Hiranyakashipu was so happy that he forgot why he was praying to Lord Brahma. And Brahma asked, "What is the boon you want?" Hiranyakashipu said, I cannot be killed by man, neither beast. I cannot be killed in the day nor night. I cannot be killed inside nor outside. Brahma smiled, and he knew his plan for immortality would fail. Brahma granted the boon to Hiranyakashipu, and he started to his palace. Indra wanted to teach Hiranyakashipu a lesson, so he kidnapped Kayadu, Hiranyakashipu's wife, and took her on his chariot. But he was stopped by Narada, who said, "Indra, what are you doing? This baby is totally innocent. leave the queen alone. If Indra said, "Do not come into my way, Narada. I'm trying to demolish this baby." But Narada said, if you want to conquer Hiranyakashipu, face him in battle. What's the use of killing his baby? He'll get even angrier. There's no use to killing a baby. So Indra bent his head in shame. Narada took Kayadu to a nearby ashramam. Every day, Narada visited the ashramam and tried to speak to the baby. A few years passed, and the baby was born. The queen Kayadu didn't know what to name the baby, so she asked Narada what to name him. Narada said the first name that came to his mind, Prahalada. After a few days, Hiranyakashipu dropped him and his wife in the palace. Prahalada grew up to be a small boy, and then he was called to the assembly. When the assembly is about to start, suddenly Narada came in. And then Hiranyakashipu was confused why Narada came in and said, "Narada, why are you here?" Narada said, "I'm just here to see Prahalada." And Hiranyakashipu showed him Prahalada was facing towards Narada. "Here he is." And Hiranyakashipu said, "Here he is. He will be a terror to all your gods. He will be a terror to all your gods, and especially Lord Vishnu." So Hiranyakashipu tried to teach him how to pay his respects and pray to his father, to pray to him. So Hiranyakashipu said, "Prahalada, will you repeat my words? Om Namo Hiranyaya Namaha." But instead, Prahalada said, "Om Namo Narayanaya Namaha." Hiranyakashipu was furious. But the minister interfered and said, "He is nothing but a small child. He needs to be taught properly at the Gurukula." So Hiranyakashipu called the Guru, and the Guru brought him to a nearby Gurukula. When Prahalada was about to start his lesson, the Guru said, "We have to do our first prayers." Prahalada fell at the Guru's feet. So, after the prayers, the Guru tried to teach Prahalada how to pay the respects to Hiranyakashipu, and so you'll get wealth and benefit. But instead, when the Guru said, "Om Hiranyaya Namaha," but Prahalada said, "Om Namo Narayanaya Namaha." Now the Guru was very panicked.
10 minutes are up, so we got 30 seconds.
So the Guru said, "Don't repeat his name here. If you do, you'll have to be sent back to the palace." So Prahalada was sent back to the palace. And now Hiranyakashipu was extremely furious. So he sent Prahalada to his mother's room. And then Hiranyakashipu went to his mother's room to see on Prahalada and how he was stricken. The queen, Kayadu, was weeping in tears. Hiranyakashipu was really furious. and he said, if he doesn't repeat my name, if he doesn't say my name, I will kill him for sure. I don't want to hear Om Namo Narayanaya Namaha ever again. So the queen replied, but he is nothing but a small child. I will teach him properly. She wept and cried in tears as Hiranyakashipu left the room. A few days passed, and Prahlada was called to the assembly. And Hiranyakashipu and the minister said, your father is very much upset. Please repeat his name and pray your respects. So when Prahlada was about to begin, he said, Om Namo Narayanaya Namaha. Now he was really furious. So he gave him four punishments. He made the soldiers throw him into a giant bowl of boiling oil. And the second punishment was they pushed him off a tall mountain onto the rocky ground. And the third punishment was a mad elephant trying to crush him. And the fourth punishment was his sister, Hiranyakashipu's sister, Holika, sitting in fire. Holika was granted a boon that she could not be burnt by fire, only within good deeds. But Holika did a lot of bad deeds, so when she sat in the fire, she was burned to death. But nothing happened to Prahlada since he survived all the three punishments, and he kept repeating Vishnu's name. Now Hiranyakashipu was really furious, and he said, is this God of yours in this pillar? And Prahlada said, yes, he's everywhere. So Hiranyakashipu bashed the pillar with all his might, and after a few minutes, fumes came out of the pillar, and then Vishnu appeared right before Hiranyakashipu's eyes. Hiranyakashipu struck his iron mace at him, but Narasimha dodged it and it hit himself. Narasimha dragged him to the entrance where it was neither inside nor outside. And Narasimha was half man and half beast. And during that time, it was neither day or night. It was a twilight hour. So Narasimha made Hiranyakashipu lie on his thigh and tore him apart. The end.
Good job there.
Shaurya, very good. Even though it took extra time, you did awesome. Thank you.
Yes. Next up is Anushka Joshi, Krishna number 5. She's in pre-K in Sunday AM class. She'll be telling us the story of Shabri's Bhakti for Lord Ram.
Come here. There. I think this should work. Yeah. Come here. Let's go. Say hello. Say hello. This one is not working. So I think. Wait. Come here. Come this. Oh, this is no. This is yeah. Oh, it was off. Yeah. Yeah. Can you come closer? Okay, try. Yeah, come closer.
Hi, my name is Anushka. Today, I'm going to share a story about Shabri's Bhakti for Lord Ram.
Come closer. Yeah. Start.
Hello, my name is Anushka Joshi. Today I'm going to share a story about Shabdi's Bhakti for Lord Rama. Shabdi was a noble lady who lived in a village. One day she asked her teacher Matinga about Seva and Bhakti. And he said that if she does Seva and Bhakti, Lord Rama would give her darshan. Every day, Shabri plucked the berries and tasted them. If they were sweet, she would put them in her basket. Shabri was eagerly waiting for Lord Lamb to arrive. When Lord Lamb arrived, there were many people waiting for his darshan. But Lord Lamb went straight to Shabri's heart. Lord Ram's brother Lakshmana asked him why she gave him berries that had already been tasted. And he said that if he had never tasted such a sweet berries. Lord Lamb, Lord Lamb blesses her. The moral of the story is Lord Lamb doesn't see any fault if you're rich or poor, or young or old, or pretty or not, young or old, or pretty or not, young or old, or pretty or not, all boys, all girls, all big or small. All God sees is pure bhakti.
Wonderful job, Anushka. Next up is Viva Mandloy, Madhava number 22. She's in 4th grade and Friday PM class. And she'll be telling us the story of Krishna and the terrible storm.
My name is Via. I'm in 4th grade, and the story I'll be telling today is Krishna and the terrible storm. In a village called Vrindavan, the villagers just finished doing their yajna of Indra. They celebrated him because he gave rain for their crops. The next day, Krishna thought of a new idea. So he said, "Why don't we worship the mountain because it gives us sweet fruits and shade?" The villagers agreed, so they started the yajna. When Indra got to hear of this, he became furious. So he sent his ministers to create floods and thunderstorms for the village until they learned what they had done wrong. When the rain came, it created a flood that no one could touch the ground. Everyone screamed in despair. Krishna helped the villagers by lifting up the mountain with his fingers. While he played his flute, the villagers started dancing. Krishna's ministers wanted to complete the task to destroy the villagers, so they created thunderbolts and launched it at the mountain. Rocks came flying off the mountain and the villagers got scared. But Krishna told them, do not worry, everything's gonna be all right. After a few minutes, the ministers could not do anything. So they went to Indra. Indra wanted to see this for himself. So he went there. He created a big fire bolt and launched it. Nothing happened. When he created a big tornado, Krishna launched it right back at him. He fell off of his elephant and into the mud. He went to Krishna, knelt down, and said, I realized what I've done. I'm sorry. Could you forgive me? Krishna forgave him. And then Indra made the storms and the tornado go away. When the villagers returned back to their village, everything had crumbled, so they had to rebuild it. At the end of the story, the villagers were praising Krishna for all that he had done to protect them. The moral of the story is to not have ego even if you're powerful, and whenever you're in difficult times, God can always help you. Hari Om.
Wonderful job, Via. Next up, we have Swara Lakaraju, Krishna, number 11. She's in kindergarten, Sunday AM class, and she'll be telling us the story of Krishna is the best.
Come here. This might be good. Yeah, this is good. Closer. Say hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Swara, and I Swara Lakaraju, and I'm here to tell you the story of Krishna, my best friend. He played the flute and always had a peacock feather on his head. And he loves eating butter and yogurt. Yum. One day, rain came pouring down to Vrindavan. It rained for 100 days. People of Vrindavan were scared and did not know what to do, but Krishna knew a way. Lifted the Govardhan mountain with his pinky finger. All the villagers were safe and sound. Many years later, Krishna returned to Mathura and fought and fought and fought. He defeated Kamsa and his mighty army. He was crowned king of Mathura. All villagers lived happily ever after. That was the story of Krishna. You may find him in this temple or in your heart. Hari Om.
Thank you, Swara, for that wonderful story. Next up is Anurad Paramalsami.
No, 4 and 5 is not here. 6 and 6.
Okay, next.
Ronit Kekapur.
Next up is Rona K. Kapoor. Krishna, number 12, in kindergarten and Sunday AM class. And he'll be telling us of Ganesha's devotion to his parents.
Hi, my name is Ronit, and I'm going to perform a story called Ganesha's devotion to his parents. Once upon a time, there were 2 little brothers named Kartikeya and Ganesha. They were fighting for a mango because they both liked it and they wanted to eat it. So Ganesha said, I want to eat the whole mango. But then Kartikeya said, I need to eat the whole mango. And then they said there's only one mango. Narad Muni, he came and he said, why are you fighting? And then Ganesha and Kartikeya said, because I want the mango. And then Narad Muni, he said, whoever goes around the world 3 times will get the mango. And then Kartikeya sat on his peacock and he went around. And then Ganesha went, he was thinking, and then he sat on his mouse. And then he went around his parents, and then he said his parents says the world to him. Then Narad Muni, he gave the mango to Ganesha, and then Ganesha made half for Kartikeya. What the moral of the story is devotion to the parents. Hari Om.
Thank you, Ronit. Wonderful job. Next up, we have Siddharth Navalpakam. Gopala, number 12, and he's in grade 7, Friday PM class, and he'll be telling us the story of Mudgala Rishi.
Hari Om all. My name is Siddharth Navalpakam, and I'll be telling you the story of Mudgala Rishi. Mudgala Rishi was a rishi that lived in an ashram in the forest of Kurukshetra. Mudgala Rishi lived with his wife and children, and to feed them, Mudgala Rishi every day used to go to the rice field and used to pick the grain on the floor, the fallen grain on the floor, and he used to take only the amount that he needed for him and his family. So Mudgala Rishi used to, when he got, it'd take him 2 weeks to get enough food for him and his family. And when he got enough food, he would go back home. He would cook the food. He would give it to God, and he would take it and feed it to his family. Fame and glory of Mudgala Rishi spread throughout the city and everywhere in India. Durvasa Rishi heard about Mudgala Rishi and he wanted to test him. Meanwhile, Mudgala Rishi was had just finished collecting all the food. He cooked it and he had given it to God, and he was going to eat it when he heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, Durvasa was standing in front of the door, and he said, "Pranams, Mudgala Rishi. I came to visit you." And Mudgala Rishi was very overjoyed to have him in his hospitality. So he welcomed him inside and washed his feet and gave him food. Durvasa Rishi accepted the food and he ate the entire prasadam. Then he thanked Mudgala Rishi for his hospitality and went back to his ashram. Mudgala Rishi, having no food to eat for him or his family, was still overjoyed to have hosted the great Bhakta. 2 weeks later, Mudgala Rishi had collected all of his food, had cooked it, had given it to Bhagavan, and he was going to serve it to his family when he heard another knock on the door. When he opened the door, it was Durvasa Rishi standing there again, and Durvasa Rishi said, "Pranams, I came to visit you again." And Mudgala Rishi was overjoyed and welcomed him inside. He washed his feet and gave him prasadam. Durvasa Rishi accepted the prasadam and he ate everything, all the prasadam. Then Durvasa Rishi thanked him for the hospitality and went back to his ashram. Mudgala Rishi, again having no food to eat, he still was overjoyed to have hosted the great Rishi. Like this incident happened 8 times, and again, another 8 times, and on the 10th time when Durvasa Rishi was leaving from the ashram, he was astonished about how much bhakti Mudgala Rishi had, not just toward Bhagavan or God, but also he had for Bhagavatas or Rishis. And he immediately blessed him to go to Svargaloka. After that happened, the gods or Devas flew in a golden chariot and settled down at Mudgala Rishi's ashrama, and they told Mudgala Rishi, they respectively invited Mudgala Rishi to Svargalokam. Mudgala Rishi respectfully asked one question to the Devas: how is life in Svargalokam? The Devas told that life in Svargalokam was that there was a lot of food, no diseases in the body, there was lots of entertainment, you don't age at all, and he went on and on with how great Svargalokam was. After he explained how great Svargalokam was, Mudgala Rishi had another question for the Devas. He asked, how long can you stay in Svargalokam forever? The Devas answered that no, after all your punyam is up, then you'll come back down to earth and live again. Mudgala Rishi respectfully declined their offer, and he thanked them and said, I want to live the life that I'm continuing to live. And he thanked Durvasa Rishi and went back. Mudgala Rishi continued living the life he used to live by waking up in the morning, going to collect fallen grain, and cooking food for his family. And at the end of his life, he became one with God, or Bhagavan. The moral of the story is that you should show bhakti not only to God or Bhagavan, you should show bhakti to Bhagavatas, or Rishis and Munis. Dhanyavadaha. Thank you.
Great job, Siddharth. Next up, we have Kira Paruchuri, Krishna number 7, and she's in pre-K in the Sunday AM class, and she's gonna tell us the story of Ganesh's Mata Prithu Bhakti.
Listen, you can come here. This one. Oh, okay.
I'll be right here.
Hari, my name is Kyra Ganesha and I'm 4 years old. One day, me and my brother was playing in the playground. They were roaming around and I saw a yummy mango. And then I told my brother and he quickly ran. And he touched it. They were fighting. We went to her mommy and daddy. We told our problem. And they were confused who to give it to. They were thinking.
Whom did they call? Look at Vidya ma'am and there. Whom did they call? Quick, quick. Kind of please. They're waiting for the story. What happened? And then they called?
No.
You can do this, you can do this. Then they called Narada uncle, right?
Yeah.
And what did Narada uncle say? Kara, please. Yes. It's okay, you can do it. And then they called Narada uncle. Right? And what did Narada uncle say? Narayana. And then Narada uncle said, whoever goes.
Whoever goes 3 rounds around the universe, they get the mango.
Yes.
Kartikeya quickly hopped onto his peacock and can go 2-3 rounds. But I only have a little mouse Mushika, and she's always hungry for laddus. He was thinking, he got an idea. He showed Bati to her parents, went 1 round around our parents, 2 rounds, and 3 rounds. I told my mommy, and my mommy says, "What? I can't give you this mango. You went 3 rounds around us." But I said, "You're my universe." So my father said, "You win." I really love my brother a lot, so I want to share some with my brother. And Kartikeya came at the same time, and then he got off his peacock, and then my mother said, Ganesha Aldi win. And then the mothers, and then Kartikeya said, "I didn't see him going in any rounds." So the mother said, "He went 3 rounds around us." Hariyam.
Like my story on topic.
I hope you like my story on the topic of Bhakti to our parents.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the beautiful story. Next up, we have Vanya Manloy Madhava, number 5. She's in 2nd grade, Friday PM class, and she'll be telling us the story of Krishna and the invisible friend.
Hi, my name is Vanya. Today I'm going to tell you the story of Krishna and the invisible friends. So first there lived a woman with her little boy, and she wanted the boy to learn and go to school, but he would have to go in the whole path. So the woman was poor, so she couldn't go with her child to school.
So his first day of school, he walked along the path, but there was the dark, scary forest that he didn't like. But he liked his friends. He liked the subjects, his homework, the teachers, but he just didn't like the dark, scary forest. So one day, when he was walking back from school, he felt like something was following him. So he ran as fast as his little legs could take him, but tripped and eventually came home crying. So he told his mom, "I'm never going back to school again. I hate school." His mom didn't like that, and she knew that she was not alone. She was always with Lord Krishna. So she prayed to Lord Krishna. And then she chose the name she liked best, that was Gopal, and then she said to the boy, "I have a secret." So the boy's eyes widened as he moved closer to his mom. Then the mom said in a half whisper and not a half whisper that there's always someone watching you in the forest. His name is Gopal Bhaiya. Gopal is his name and Bhaiya is for brother. It's because he's older than you. So the next morning, he woke up early and went to the forest and said, "Gopal Bhaiya, Gopal Bhaiya," but he still didn't come out. Then he remembered what his mother said, to say it with all his heart. So he said it again, "Gopal Bhaiya, Gopal Bhaiya," and he still did not come out. So he burst into tears. And then out came a blue bubbly face. And "Gopal Bhaiya, is that you?" asked the boy. So then they started walking, and the boy asked a lot of questions, just like a lot of little boys do. So when they came to the other end, the boy used to go to school and Gopal Bhaiya used to pick up the boy too. So it was getting to the end of the school year, and everyone used to give the teacher presents. But the boy didn't have enough food. So then an idea struck his mind. He could tell Gopal Bhaiya. So then when he was going home, he told him about it. And Gopal Bhaiya said, "By next morning, I will give you it." So then, in the morning, he handed over a pot of small ice cream. When they walked to school, the boy hid in a corner. It's because everybody else had beautiful presents and a lot of food. So then the teacher saw the boy and was very nice. So bring the boy up, and everyone started laughing at him. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The boy thought they were teasing him. So there was like a big pot next to the boy, and the teacher started to pour the ice cream in it. And it came out. The pot kept on getting full. The teacher asked the boy, "Where did you get this from?" The boy said, I got this from my brother." The teacher said, "I didn't know you have your brother. Who is your brother?" The boy said, "My brother's Gopal Bhaiya." When the boy started talking about Gopal Bhaiya, the teacher understood it was Lord Krishna himself. So the teacher and the students wanted to see his brother. So they went to the dark forest and they started to scream, "Gopal Bhaiya, Gopal Bhaiya," but he still didn't come. And first, the boy started to pray with all his heart, and then the others. And then, after it came all the way to the teacher, everyone had saw a blue bubbly face popped out again. Everyone had seen Lord Krishna. I hope you enjoyed my story.
Wonderful job there. Next up is Mitra Ramakrishna. Krishna number 4. She's in pre-K in the Sunday AM class and telling us the Prahlad story.
Hari Om. My name is Mitra and I'm going to tell a Hiranyakashipu story. Once upon a time they named a king named Hiranyakashipu, and he was a king of demons. His son Prahalada was a true devotee of Vishnu. Hiranyakashipu didn't like that. So Prahalada didn't listen. Hiranyakashipu didn't. Hiranyakashipu asked Prahalada to stop saying Vishnu. But he did not listen. Then Hiranyakashipu got angry and he came to kill Prahalada. Then Lord Vishnu came with a lion fist and saved Prahalada. The moral of the story is Prahalada's true devotion saved him. Thank you, Hari Om.
Thank you, Mitra, for that wonderful story. Next up, we have Darshini Babu Narayanan. She's in 5th grade. Her ID is Gopala 13. She goes to the Friday PM lesson, and she will be presenting the Kanapa story.
Hari Om. My name is Darshini, and today I'll be talking about Kanapa Nayanar. There once was a man and a woman in a small village named Nagan and Tattai. They had wished for a little baby boy for a very long time since they had none. Then one fine day, a little baby boy was born. They named him Tinnan because he was a very thin boy. Tinnan was very mischievous because one time he was playing in a tiger's mouth by sticking his fingers in with no fear. His parents were very afraid and swiftly picked him up and hugged him tightly. When Tinnan was 12 years old, his parents decided that they will send him off to learn some archery. So they had many big ceremonies when they were sending him off. When Tinnan was 16 years old, he came back from his lessons and found out that his parents had grown very old. His father was too old to conduct the hunting that he usually went on. So he sent Tinnan on the quest. One day when Tinnan and his team were hunting, Tinnan saw a wild boar running and started chasing it. Tinnan's 2 friends were chasing after him because they did not want him to get lost. When they eventually killed the boar, and it was nighttime and they were very hungry. So they decided to rest there and eat the boar. Tinnan noticed a tiny temple on top and curiously ran up. When Tinnan got to the top of the mountain, he saw a beautiful statue of Lord Shiva. Tinnan ran and tightly hugged Lord Shiva and did not want to part. Then Tinnan realized it was very untidy and ran down the mountain and took some water in his mouth and picked some flowers and put them in his hair. Then he picked some fresh meat pieces that his friends had just roasted. Then he went up the mountain and he sprayed Lord Shiva with the water from his mouth and put the flowers on Lord Shiva. Then lastly, he put the meat in front of Lord Shiva. Then he stayed there until sunrise and he went to do his hunting. When Tinnan was gone, a priest who would usually conduct the pujas for Lord Shiva came and realized how untidy it was. Then he realized that there was meat and quickly cleaned it up because meat should not belong in front of a god. Then he placed the flowers and fruits in front of Lord Shiva. After the priest left, Tinnan arrived and did the daily rituals. This had gone on for many days. Then one day, the priest asked Lord Shiva, "Who is doing this to you?" And that night, Lord Shiva appeared in the priest's dream. Lord Shiva said that this person didn't mean to harm him and meant only good. Then Lord Shiva said, "Come tomorrow and you'll find out how much love he has on me." The next day, the priest hid behind a pillar while Tinnan was coming. When Tinnan arrived, Lord Shiva's right eye was bleeding. He tried many herbs, but nothing worked. Then Tinnan remembered the saying, "Flesh for flesh." Then, without even thinking twice, Tinnan took his arrow and pierced his right eye out. Then he placed it carefully on Lord Shiva's right eye. Then he danced very happily because Lord Shiva's right eye stopped bleeding. Then suddenly his left eye started bleeding. So, then Tinnan put his left leg on Lord Shiva's left eye because he wanted to know how to put it correctly. Then, when Tinnan was about to take out his left eye, Lord Shiva said, "Stop, stop, stop, Kannappa." And then Lord Shiva came to life and took Kannappa to be in heaven with him. From then on, Kannappa was loved and respected for being a devotee of Lord Shiva. The moral of the story is, God will take pure devotion in any way. Pure love is what matters. Hari Om.
Great job, Darshini. I enjoyed listening to that story a lot. The next participant is Vasishta Narayanan, who is in grade 4. Oh, never mind. The next participant is actually Vishnu Kumar, who is in kindergarten, whose ID is Krishna 14. He attends the Friday PM lesson, and his story is Hanuman, the greatest devotee of Lord Rama.
Come here. Oh no, you can go here only. Waiting. Let's see. Yeah. Say hello. Yeah. Come closer. Say hello. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. Okay. That's it.
My name is Vishnu and I am in kindergarten. Today I will be telling the story of Hanuman, the greatest devotee of Lord Rama. The Vanaras were searching for Sita when they reached the shores of an ocean. There they learned from a vulture named Sampati that Sita was being surrounded by Rakshasas in the island of Lanka. How could they cross the ocean, enter Lanka, find Sita, and return? Then Jambavan reminded Hanuman of his powers, and Hanuman began to grow in size and flew in the sky like a comet towards Lanka. On the way, he faced 3 obstacles. The first one was a friendly mountain named Mainaka. The mountain rose up from the ocean and offered Hanuman a little bit of space to rest. But Hanuman said, "No, my friend, I cannot stop. I need to go and find Sita." Second, there was a huge form standing in his way, and it said, "Enter my mouth. I have been without food for a long time." But Hanuman said, "Do not stop me. I need to go and find Sita." But the demon said, "Impossible. You must enter my mouth." Hanuman thought quickly and became bigger and bigger and bigger. The demon also opened its mouth wider and wider and wider. Then Hanuman became as small as a speck and darted through the demon's mouth and came out. Lastly, as he was flying along, he felt some mighty force pulling him down. It was a huge demon. The demon rose up from the ocean and opened its mouth wide. Hanuman entered the demon's mouth and ripped through. He flew on and reached Lanka. When he reached Lanka, he searched everywhere for Sita and found Sita in the Ashoka Park. He talked to Sita, gave Rama's ring, and gave hope to Sita. Before leaving Lanka, he wanted to do something to scare Ravana and his friends. So he destroyed the Ashoka Park and roared, "Long live Rama! Long live Lakshmana!" Hearing this, Ravana was furious. So he sent an army of mighty commanders and Rakshasas to capture Hanuman. Hanuman defeated them all and set fire to Lanka and flew back to Rama and told him all that he had seen in Lanka and what had happened in Lanka. Hanuman is the greatest devotee of Lord Rama. He shows his bhakti by being his servant. I show my bhakti by saying slokams like this. Yatra yatra raghunartha kirtanam tatra tatra kritamastaka anjalim bashpavari paripurna lochanam marutim namata rakshasantakam. Wherever the stories of Rama are sung, there Hanuman listens with his hands clasped, head bowed, and eyes brimming with tears. Jai Hanuman! Thank you!
Awesome job, Vishnu. I love the way you told that story. The next contestant is Sahana Paruchuri. She is in 2nd grade. Her ID is Madhava 13. She attends the Sunday AM lesson, and her story is Bhakta Prahlada's devotion to Lord Vishnu.
Hari Om, my name is Sahana and I'm in 2nd grade. Are there any 2nd graders out here? And do you guys like to read books? Well, I do. I like books such as Magic Treehouse and Cupcake Diaries. I also started getting interested about books about divine children. Did you guys ever read a book about a divine child? Well, today I'm going to tell you one. It is about a boy named Prahalad. When Prahalad was in his mother's tummy, his father, Hiranyakashipu, was doing tapas. He was doing tapas to never die. Impressed by his tapas, Lord Brahma asked Hiranyakashipu, "What do you want as your boon?" Hiranyakashipu said, "I want to never die." But Lord Brahma refused his boon. He said, "Anybody who's born has to die." So, hearing this, Hiranyakashipu thought of an idea to trick Lord Brahma. He said, "I should neither be killed by man or beast. I should neither be killed by in my house nor outside my house. I should neither be killed by any. I should not be killed with any sort of weapon. I should neither be killed in daytime nor nighttime." Hearing this, Lord Brahma gave Hiranyakashipu this boon. When Hiranyakashipu went back to his kingdom, he noticed that everybody was so happy that baby Prahalad was born. He was such a kind and soft-spoken boy. Few months and years passed. Prahalad became older and older. Soon Hiranyakashipu said, "Prahalad, I will now send you to school. But not just any school, a school for asuras." Hiranyakashipu wanted his son to learn that he was the supreme god. Years and years passed. Soon Hiranyakashipu asked Prahalad to sit on his lap. He asked Prahalad, "What have you been learning in school?" Prahalad said, "I have been learning that Lord Vishnu is everywhere." Hiranyakashipu started to become angry. Seeing his father's temper, Prahalad quickly explained with a shloka from the Srimad Bhagavatam. He said, "Smaranam kirtanam Vishnu, Shravanam padasevinam, Archanam vandanam dasyam, Sankyam atmanavedanam." Seeing this, Hiranyakashipu became really angry. Forgetting that Prahalad was his own son, he threw Prahalad into the ground and made sure a herd of elephants stomped on Prahalad. But Lord Vishnu saved Prahalad. He threw Prahalad into water, but Lord Vishnu saved Prahalad. He threw Prahalad into fire, but Lord Vishnu saved Prahalad. Seeing this, Prahalad's teachers told Hiranyakashipu, "Prahalad is still a little boy. Let it pass for a little." So years passed. Soon, Hiranyakashipu asked Prahalad to sit on his lap. He asked Prahalad, "What have you been learning in school?" But nothing had changed. Prahalad was still a big devotee of Vishnu. Then Hiranyakashipu asked, "Where is this god of yours?" He said, "Is he here? Is he there? Is he in that pillar?" Prahalad said, "Yes, he is everywhere." "I will see him myself," said Hiranyakashipu. Then he cut open the pillar, and then came out Lord Vishnu as a former Narasimha avatar and took Hiranyakashipu at the entrance of the door. And he scratched him with his nails. Now Hiranyakashipu was now dead. This happened neither day or night. The whole kingdom was really happy Hiranyakashipu was now dead. This story had taught me that bhakti is very important. And we show a lot of bhakti here at Chinmaya Mission. By doing arati, we show archanam, by reciting shlokas, by saying Lakita Japa, and Bhagavad Gita. I hope you liked my story. Hari Om.
Fantastic job, Sahana. I loved your enthusiasm. The next participant is Danish Guduru. He is in kindergarten. His ID is Krishna 18. He attends the Friday PM session, and his story is King and Seven Sons.
Once upon a time, there was the king, and he had 7 sons, and he went for hunting, and each one picked fishes, and 6 fish get dry, and the 1 fish didn't get dry. The king said, why that fish didn't get dry?" he asked. The fish said, "I am below the grass." He said, "The grass, why do you block the sun?" The grass said, "But the cow didn't eat me." The prince said, "Why
the cow didn't eat the grass, he said. But the farmer didn't lock the door. He asked, why do you lock the door? The farmer said, the red ants bite at me, he said. The ants, why do you bite my farmer, he asked. But the farmer stepped in my home. He asked, Hariom.
Nice job, Danish. What an interesting story. The next contestant is Alap Bailur. He's in the 4th grade, and his ID is Madhava 20. He attends the Friday PM session, and his story is, Who is the greater devotee?
Sage Narada was known for his chanting, Narayana, Narayana. And Hari Om, my name is Alap, and today I will be presenting the story titled, Who is a Greater Devotee? Sage Narada was known for his chanting, Narayana, Narayana, and he considered himself to be Lord Vishnu's greatest devotee. Once, Sage Narada visited Lord Vishnu in Vaikunta, and during their conversation, Sage Narada asked, Oh Narayana, who is your greatest devotee? Narada was fully sure of hearing the answer he wished to hear, but Lord Vishnu thought for a while, then answered, My greatest devotee is a poor farmer that lives in a small village of India. Narada couldn't believe his ears. His pride was hurt. Oh Narayana, how can that be? I have been thinking of you all the time. I sing your glory all my life, every minute of it. Can there be anyone who's more devoted to you than me? Asked Sage Narada. It was early in the morning. Lord Vishnu took Sage Narada to a small hut where they saw the farmer sleeping. As the day broke, the farmer woke up, joined his hands in prayer, and chanted, Narayana, Narayana. Watch this devotee for the whole day, then come back and meet me, said Lord Vishnu, and left. The farmer got ready for his field and left. Narada followed him. The farmer plowed the land in the hot sun the entire morning without a break. This devotee hasn't even chanted the Lord's name even once this entire time. Can it be that he is the Lord's greatest devotee? Thought Narada. The farmer took a break for lunch, and before eating he chanted again, Narayana, Narayana. After lunch, the farmer went back to plow his field. Before the farmer slept, the farmer chanted again, Narayana, Narayana. After witnessing the entire day of the farmer, Narada went back to Vaikunta. Do you still have a doubt that the farmer is my greatest devotee? Asked Lord Vishnu. Narada was hurt. This devotee only chanted your name 3 times. Once in the morning, second before lunch, and lastly before falling asleep. While I chant your name all the time. Yet you still call him your greatest devotee. You will soon see why, my dear Narada, thought Lord Vishnu. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about this later. Here, take this pot of oil, put it on your head, and walk around the entire world and come back. But make sure you don't spill a single drop. Narada was confused with this strange task, but it wasn't every day that the Lord asked him for his help. It was a chance to prove his devotion. Narada promptly set off. I must be more careful. Had I slipped, the oil would have spilled. I must be more careful. I must be more cautious. Many days later, Narada completed his journey around the entire world and came back to Lord Vishnu.
Narada was beyond himself with joy. He handed the pot to Lord Vishnu and proudly claimed that he had not dropped a single drop of oil. So, Narada, how many times did you think of me during your journey? I'm afraid not once, my lord. How could I? All my attention was on the pot of oil. The farmer carried out the hard work I set for him, yet he still remembers me at least a few times a day, while you could not even remember me once in your journey. Narada felt humbled. I admit it, my lord, those who remember you in their worldly duties are without doubt your greatest devotees. The moral of this story is to always remember God in all situations of life. Hari Om.
Great job, Alap. That was such a nice story, and it had an awesome moral as well. The next contestant is Sudhanva Mandalemula. He is in kindergarten. His ID is Krishna13. He attends the Sunday PM session, and his story is Bhakti Siromani Kamabai.
Hari Om, my name is Sudhanva. Today I'm going to tell a story about Karmabai. Once upon a time, there lived a pious lady called Karmabai. She used to live in Puri Jagannath Kshetra. She used to make khichdi and send an offering to Lord Jagannatha's temple. Then there was another devotee of Lord Jagannatha called Bairagi. He heard about Karmabai and he went to visit her. He didn't like the way Karmabai is making khichdi. So he instructed her religious customs and traditions while making an offering to God. Karmabai felt sad about her mistake. Next day morning, she woke up and made khichdi and offered it to Lord Jagannatha in her home. Then she started making khichdi according Bairagi's rules. Meanwhile, she heard a sadhu calling out for anything that's available to eat while he was hungry. Karmabai gave him the khichdi that he offered on the morning. He ate and ate, blessed her, and left. She took the khichdi
according Bairagi's rules in it to Lord Jagannatha's temple. Then the priests arranged everything. The priests arranged everything. They closed the curtains and they opened the curtains immediately. There was khichdi smeared all around his mouth. Everyone was shocked looking at Lord Jagannatha's idol. Then they heard Lord Jagannatha's voice saying, Karmabai was 5 ghadiyas late. Karmabai was 5 ghadiyas late. I couldn't wait as I was hungry, so I went to her home as a sadhu and I ate khichdi. In rush, I forgot to clean my mouth. Religious customs and traditions are for normal people, not for people like Karmabai who put her soul and her heart on me. Karmabai felt very happy and even now in Puri, khichdi is offered to Lord Jagannatha is being continued. Thank you.
Great job, Sudanva. That was a really awesome story. We now have our last contestant, Chirag Kola. He's in 3rd grade. His ID is Madhava, 15. He attends the Sunday AM session, and his story is Gajendra Moksham.
Hari Om everyone. My name is Chirag Anand Swamiji. Today's topic will be all about Prarthana, which means prayers. Prarthana is one of the 9 forms of devotion. Do any of you talk to your parents or friends or siblings or anyone when you think of something or when you had something fun in the past that you want to tell them? Well, Prarthana is the same thing, but you're talking to Bhagavan. Prarthana is a power tool It is like a superpower, but you're only talking to Bhagavan. Unfortunately, we use this also as a spare tire. A spare tire is in the back of the car, and we don't usually think about when we're going to trips. But when we are in an emergency, we use a spare tire for help, like how Gajendra used it when he was in an emergency. This is the story of Gajendra. Once upon a time, in a beautiful forest, lived an elephant named Gajendra. Gajendra loved playing with his other elephant friends and enjoyed playing in a nearby lake, splashing and taking baths. One day, he decided to take a bath in a nearby lake. As he was playing and taking bath, a nearby creature came. It was a very huge crocodile. It bit Gajendra's foot. Gajendra used all his might and all his strength to use it, but the crocodile was too powerful. His other elephant friends helped him, but the crocodile was too powerful, and after that, the elephants went away. Gajendra had one thing left, and that was to pray to Bhagavan. He was doing his prarthanas, and he found a lotus, and he held it up in the air with his trunk. Suddenly, something was soaring in the sky. It was Lord Vishnu. He came here to save Gajendra from the crocodile. He used his Sudarshan Chakra and killed the crocodile. Gajendra was relieved and he was happy. He said to Lord Vishnu that from now on, every day he would pray to him. When do we pray to God? We pray to God when we want our favorite toy, or when we want our favorite team to win, or when we have important things we want. Same thing, prarthana is we also pray for when we are in emergency. Our Guruji has shared us a secret formula in these Chinmaya books. They contain prayers, mantras, and stories to help us talk to Bhagavan. They teach us how to talk to Bhagavan. These also teach us how to be kind, grateful, peaceful, focused, and powerful. So let's learn, remember, pray, and enjoy this experience. Thank you. Hari Om.
Great job, Chirag. That was an awesome story. That concludes our storytelling competition. I would like to invite all participants to come up onto the stage to have their picture taken with Swamiji and get blessings from him. And I would also like to invite Swamiji to please come up onto the stage. Thank you.
Children, all of you did good. Everybody passed.
Everybody passed.
Great job, guys. Awesome. You're all here? And did such good job?
Yeah. Swamiji, you want to give them all? Take this. Take blessings from Swamiji. Take. 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 can come. Yeah. See that? Yeah, like that. Dashini, did you have a thing? All of you too? Chirag. Yeah, she too. Yeah, you take. Yeah. He's listening. Chirag. Chirag, I know.
Wait.
I know. Super. You announce. So these are our volunteers, youth volunteers today. She did a great job. They all have MC'd also. MC also they had. Wait, you people wait. Yeah. Right? I actually thought candy. We thought candy. No candy. We'll all